saw through your mask and your glow, cause I had to know. No more secrets, no disguise, putting on a show. You played your games, parlor magic, let your hand show. You can't get hurt by the things that you don't know, don't know. No, no, it's not you, never you, you always say it's me, me, me. But I'm gonna let the curtain fall, let it fall. Tired of always tightrope walking on your web of lies. You spin and spin, oh you spin me in the palm of your hand, and you think you'll never lose in the game of love. You spread your pretty wings and try as you might, it'll never fly, fly, fly. Stop and listen to the sound of the beating of your stone cold heart. You spin and spin my head, stopped my heart, and I was good as dead. We had our fun, played our games, then my world was spun. Your wings are tattered, torn to shreds, I thought you were the one. You jumped the gun, I slipped your grip, and now I gotta run. Lies, thought I didn't know.
They're not secrets, not lies if you don't know.
You played your games, parlor magic, let your hand show.
They're not secrets, not lies if you don't know.
You turned your head, stopped my heart, cause I didn't know.
They're not secrets, not lies if you don't know.
Didn't think you know, didn't think you know, didn't think you know. shore, kitty off the ocean floor. Oh, yeah, yeah. Keep your beacon shining bright, baby.
The stream begins once more. Hope everybody's having themselves a good one as we find ourselves at the start of another one of these here things. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm just going to address this now since it's the elephant in the room and I already saw everybody talking about it. How did I feel about the presentation? Since, it started as soon as I woke up this morning. Like, seriously, I woke up, I went to check my messages, I saw it was posted, I clicked the button, and I was there just in time for the first thing. Lukewarm. Lukewarm is how I felt, which is better than the usual. Ugh. It's still, like, almost entirely remakes. Still. And, like, two new things I could summarize as, one looked really good, and one is fine, I guess. Jesus Christ, I'm starving. It's been since Link Between Worlds. God damn it.
And even that was half recycled content. I'm starving out here. Just a drop of water, please. And no, Link's Awakening remake doesn't count.
It's like, Isn't the Zelda has their own game. Yes. Do I wish I had another top-down Zelda instead? Yes!
Freaking starving out here, man! The entirety of the Switch hasn't even had one!
At this rate, I'm more likely to have Mina finally release than to actually get a top-down Zelda. Why is that particular genre of games cursed? It feels like every indie game take on it just disappears as well. Either that or they've just been bad. Yeah, like...
Wowzer, you the best.
Prime 4 was pretty much just, it's not dead, we swear.
That's it! It showed so little that it wasn't even an appetizer!
So yeah, the main thing out of that for me was the Mario and Luigi game, which looks beautiful, by the way. That is a fantastic adaptation of the art style.
But other than that, you know...
Alright, let's go ahead and get MAGMML ready to go.
Unbelievable.
Let's see.
You unbelievable.
The Switch 2 doesn't exist, guys. Y'all's talking to myths. Alright, let me just go ahead and load up MAGMML. Hopefully the capture card's actually working. I forgot to double check. It's not! Damn it! Alright, hang on. I had to do the whole rebooting of the capture card. Yeah, it's nice that the Mario and the Luigi RPGs are continuing even after Alphatry's inevitable demise would be the best way of putting it. Hang on. Gotta turn the game off so I can turn it back on. Alright, capture card. I see that black screen. Come on, time to fix ya. I switch it over to merged, and then it causes the capture card software to crash every time. Yep, there it goes. Nice work, Elgato. You always work so well. And it causes my lips to constantly flap, so I'm just going to go on to this screen right here, because I'm going to have to restart VTube Studio as well. Technology! Thanks, Elgato!
Yes.
Mario!
Ah, that appears to be working now. Restart VTube Studio. At least restarting the model is really easy these days. Switch that back over to the correct screen. There we go. Alright, now we should be good to go. There we go. All is well. Alright, first things first, I have a couple of errands to deal with. I've been told of you. Call quiz! Oh, god damn it!
I wasn't expecting a quiz!
You're gonna do think with the 2,500 bits?
Call quiz! Here we go, it's time for quiz! Let's play quiz!
Yeah, sure. Hi, Battle Network, how's it going? 15! Not bad for a mere mortal.
I don't know, I didn't look in there! I'm gonna assume rush coil? Oh no!
Oops. I was mashing! Oh, hyper beam.
37! So Ernest P. Whirl! Oh my god, help! Help on both of these!
Energy balancer! 3!
Oh, I see! Oh no! Roll's got the old chin issue that Mega Man does! Not the chin! The awkward looking up sprite from Mega Man 4! Where Mega Man's chin just becomes massive for some reason! Compared to the code Rome, that's a good question! Okay, see, that looks normal. I guess Rome's got enough neck to work with.
Yo, by the way, Neil sent me something.
Yeah, while we're here, and I have no idea what it is, so all I saw was the folder name. So, let's have a little look-see, shall we? Oh, God! What do you mean the noise? I was not expecting the noise! What the frickin' hell? He's our problem! Oh my god! He's here! Oh no! Jenny's even got the jump sound! Let's take a look at his other sprites. It's disgusting me out. Of course. Retro thing with a 10,000. What the hell? Oh my god. Noise, no! Don't eat the rotating magnet platform. Don't eat the platform, noise. You're not end. Alright, what's the rush? Is it Pepino? Okay. Oh god, right, the off effects whenever we're on the rush jet.
Alright, but is our bike Pepino?
Ah, there he is, it's fake Pepino, but you know, good enough. Jelly, do you think you were getting some over to end our coolie?
Oh dear god.
Well, I guess we're playing as this for a while. He's here! He's here again! Yeah, Prime 4 got a trailer, alright. They showed about 2 seconds. Thank you, Neil.
If I'd known I could wear this costume, I would have prepared something
Clever to say.
And I do think we can do some more to Firelight. There was some. Make some noise!
Oh god! Where's he going? Where's he going? He's sliding! He's sliding, he's still going! He's still going! Sir! Sir, are you alright? Are you alright, sir? Sir! I guess he's just gonna do that forever now. Help!
Alright, let's go back to prison now.
We're sending the noise where he belongs, to the jailhouse. Check that they make it to some over to the noise.
Make some noise! What up, bird? I can't stand the indignity here. If I'm gonna go through all this effort to commit a crime, I should at least be put in a full cell, not a bird cage! This is an utter embarrassment.
Should I talk? I wouldn't have thought delayed it to assume we would have anything to say, but... Where the heck were they?
Oh, there he is. Eh. Yup, yeah, I get it. There's a delay before I can get out of this text box.
How long's the delay? It's been going on for a bit.
There it is. It's like that might be a oh god. That is certainly a name for a title to start things off here today. Arcane Man. No space. Chaos Tower. All caps. CERN HQ remains. Congratulations on having the first freaking level name so long I had to decrease the text size. By Void Visitor. Alright, are we gonna be seeing yet another like, just for the name alone, I'm expecting to see.
A skip teleporter. 5 tokens. Alright, yeah, let's go. Oh, look, it's a skip teleporter. What a surprise.
From the name alone, I could tell this was going to be overbearing. Okay, got my weapons, though. We good? We got weapons! The noise is ready. Oh no, not the Mega Man 11 enemies! Not these guys!
Damn it, Neo!
Ah, the noise booty, I see! Also, Jesus Christ, the colors again.
It's kind of hard to see again! It keeps happening!
It felt necessary. Your dream! Welcome! Welcome! To Make a Good Mega Man Level 3. We're playing some Mega Man, except we're also the
Nice! Thanks to Neo.
Guess you guys had lots to say about the presentation this morning. Oh God. Welcome to Horrible Laser Maze! Where are we going? Nothing makes sense! I see that there's there's a thing there. Jeez, I need to find a way to get that. I guess the best way to get that is to try to knock one of these beams out of the way or something. Because I don't think my magnet beam is gonna work like a magnet. What do you mean it works like a magnet?
How does that even work? What do you mean that works? Alright then,
The magnet beams makes platforms,
does magnet things? What is this blasphemous nonsense?
So how the hell am I gonna get there?
Yeah! Neo and Chad made a new sprite, and it ended up being the noise. Oh hey, those Joe enemies are fun!
I'm trying to find a spot where I can actually use. God, those magnet Joes are obnoxious. It's like I could try to reach that one, but I can't quite get there. I think I need to restart this room! I genuinely hate the magnet Joes. Oh. Well, that works too. For some reason, I hadn't noticed that. Man, it's almost like this is where you're supposed to have a little bit of, showing the mechanics off or something.
Alright, give me that.
There's something really messed up going on there. It's like those are putting me between the foreground and background or something. This is...
Be a problem.
This is pretty bad already. And none of the gimmicks that are being thrown at me right now
Have been even remotely explained. In the level itself, mind you. That is actually an important part of these.
Oh hey, look at that! It's the zero virus things! And of course the Joes respawn, why wouldn't they respawn? So now these are probably pass-throughable? Yeah. Finger, what the hell? Ah, yeah, gee, I can see that one coming. Because on top of everything else, what it needed to do was be constantly blinking between darkness and light. Why does it always have to be Joe's? God, yeah, reiterating something I said last time, I am definitely liking
Tiers 2 and 3 a lot better than Tier 4.
the portals switch you between being able to pass through blue and pass through yellow. That's all they're doing. I know I should be solid on these ones. Whew, man, that's a jump and a half right there. I need a way to get in there. How the heck am I supposed to get in there? Is there another portal that allows me to go into reds? And now you gotta go walk all the way back through the darkness to go back in a portal. so you can climb up this ladder, so you can step on this. Just looking at that thing, it's like, how am I supposed to get in there? It'll probably be revealed once I can actually see what's going on in this area. Yeah, there we go. Oh god, it's almost worse with the lights on, to be honest. Look how clashy this is! Ugh! Ugh! This! Noise, please. Okay, that's pretty good though. Freaking, what do you mean Wiley's making the serious Sam Kamikaze noises? Ah! What other noise did he make? That's a good question. Yoku teleporters! Yoku teleporters! Yoku teleporters! Yoku teleporters! And every single enemy is Sniper Joe again, by the way. Again. It keeps happening. Oh, this is fun and engaging gameplay. Yeah, it's better than all the being death spikes, but only by just a bit. Finger, what the hell? By the way, I reiterate once again, the Mega Joe's the worst. The absolute freaking worst. I tried to even comprehend this room real quick. Oh good, now the hallucinatory
Platforms are here without having to have the darkness gimmick. Except, of course, the platforms still blink, so it's still kind of like the darkness gimmick. That looks like a foreground, but it's actually a background. Oh god! And then there's this! And then there's this!
The compass, once again, being the most useful thing we've ever gotten. Okay, you can jump through these, which is you can jump through that to your death on the spikes. Good to know.
Oh god, this is a mini-boss, apparently!
Oh hey, and its last thing is to try to suck you to the pit. Still get hit anyways! Jump into the portal at just the right time or die! I mean, it looked neat, yeah, but the art style completely clashed with Mega Man. Clashing is pretty much just the right word for this in general. There's more to the right, this isn't the end.
We love our thing for the 9 months. Getting Jonathan spin it a little bit for us today. This isn't even the end. I see more to the right. Okay, that's very silly.
Oh god, the edge, chat! The edge! So apparently I was actually supposed to be able to fight that.
I didn't get a chance to move after the first throw.
Oh great! He disables all your weapons if you get grabbed.
While spending most of the fight invulnerable. Yeah, okay, sure. That's fun. What's the hitbox on that grab? Massive, apparently.
Am I, actually gonna get a chance to hit him anytime soon, or is this attack just gonna keep going on? Okay, I actually had to hit, like, the hologram things. What the frick?
Yeah, Newgrounds 2012 flashback seems about right.
Go get him, Spur Chaser! They can get grabbed this time! Go get him! Go get him! Like I said, though, it's not over. Oh, gonna fall in quantum physics, boys! Quantum physics! I'm not. Look how much lore there is! Look how much lore there is!
Look how much lore there is!
Mew! T-noise. Oh god, I can't take it!
I can't take it, it's too painful!
I'm just mashing through a chat. There's too much dialogue in this goddamn level
On top of everything else! Oh my god, it's still going! It's still going! That's after all those dialogue boxes!
Alright, I think it's, I mean, I'll say they try to kill him! We are definitely gonna be chucking the jug, yeah! Chunk number one!
Oh good! Because I needed to be able to not move properly! These magnets continue to be the worst!
Alright, there's gonna be a hole in the middle of the arena now! It's not doing damage damage without even causing iframes. By the way, if you get hit by one of those, he combos you into all of them. You notice I'm getting bounced up? You know, that move that just comes out super fast? Alright, there's gonna be another hole in the arena. Let's try to aim it over here, I guess. Yeah, he straight up air juggles you. If you get hit by one of them, you get hit by all of them. Can we stop flicking the screen now? This? Oh good, and now I can't skip through this particular stuff. Yes. Bless. By the way, exclamation point MAGMML3 for the spreadsheet! Oh dear lord, where do I even start with this one? Aside from the obvious not a Mega Man level that was everything to do with the boss fight itself, and the stretching the definition at best, that was the rest of it. Does the word restraint mean anything at all?
Yes.
These contests really bring out the lack of it in a lot of people. There is so much that should have been
just either entirely axed or very much eased up on. I mean, okay, let's at least try to form something about this.
First up, the art style is atrocious. On top of not fitting with Mega Man aesthetics whatsoever, everything clashes extremely hard, making it a visual disaster for the eyes. It made even seeing basic enemies difficult in what screens were lit up, and the rest were in darkness for whatever reason. Darkness on top of an already confusing gimmick that was not explained beforehand. Speaking of gimmicks, while the Magna Beam is capable of blocking force beams. The only time this is ever brought up is in the weapon tutorials, which, you know, most players who are even remotely familiar with Mega Man are not going to do because they know the weapons. Something needed to be made clearer about that one. There really is not a lot salvageable here. Even the the enemy selection is atrocious. Nothing but shielded enemies as far as the eye can see. With the magnet shows being particularly offensive. The tediousness of every single enemy spending most of their time in invincibility frames cannot be overstated. Then there is the boss. Well, boss is, that is. Dear God. What in the mid-2000s Newgrounds ass did I just experience? Aside from the overwhelming edge, I did not realize part of making a good Mega Man level was writing an entire goddamn novel! The attacks are too large, have almost no telegraphing to them. And the grab attack, with its massive hitbox removing all of your weapons, is beyond bullshit. And that is just the non-optional one. But the optional one has a token, so it is basically required anyways. That one is so even more stupid with its blatantly, ridiculously huge attacks that filled the screen. The horizontal / air juggles you. I can barely write a comprehensive sentence with how over the top ridiculous this is. If you just wanted to make a thing that happens to feature the Mega Man engine, then that is fine. If this was a sincere attempt to do well in this competition, you seriously need to rethink what it means to make a Mega Man level good. Just please. And that is the longest write-up I've written so far! Technically, even Tengu Man has like a couple of follow-up attacks. There's a couple of bosses that have like a follow-up attack, but nothing as ridiculous as floating you into the air for an honest-to-goodness air combo. Also, that's X
This is Make a Good Mega Man level classic.
I can't even give it much on creativity. It was basically just the same gimmick over and over again, other than the magnet gimmick that was used for one room.
And then it was just a horrendous boss.
Oh, right. And I don't know how much lore is too much lore, but it is definitely before however much lore this level has. Sheesh. Alright, I gave it a 9.
Yeah, let's go into the skip zone text real quick. Yeah, I mean, the fact that we're playing as the noise and I skipped most of the dialogue is certainly in character, Neo. Hey, level!
Well, here's the thing. The actual stage portion of this can actually qualify as a Mega Man level. Loosely. Very loosely. It's very much a Mega Man X level. But loosely. The boss, on the other hand, absolutely not. I heard this level can take up to an hour. Thankfully not, but you know. Some of those confusing gimmicks, hard-hitting enemies, and lots of instant death. Word of advice, watch your step, you'll fall. And cease dies. Being flung at you, it hurts. Some of the tokens in the level were deemed unreasonably hard to find without a guide. Heck, this one that's hard to find even with the casino upgrades. I'm not going back in there to show you where it is. That's why we had the room to the left. Okay, I did at least manage to find all the tokens, so we're good on that.
Jesus Christ, man. All right, let's see what we got. Yeah, that's one of the lower Apache scores at 45. What? What was that about?
This level is so completely weird that it defied
Explanation of my first playthrough, taking at least 2 or 3 runs before I can begin forming an opinion.
Well, that's great for memorability. It's largely to the level's detriment.
Yeah?
No Mega Man level should be this bewildering on a first run. I mean, 65 is still not very high, guys. Fortunately, beneath the omnipresent and chaotic aesthetic is a surprisingly playable level.
Are you sure about that?
There's an assortment of enemies, including some from Mega Man 11, but only the shadowy clone holograms and Black Hole Joes really stick out significantly. The rest are basically just obstacles. The holograms, memorable in a good way. They make a fine obstacle during the Starfields, but they're a Mega Man X enemy.
Specifically X6. X6's nightmare effect, I might want to reiterate, of all things.
The Black Hole Joes, their suction is much too strong, yes! And they have too many gotcha moments with force fields, also yes! As for the gimmicks, they have solid concepts, but their execution is usually either excessive or confusing, also yes! The force beams are on the excessive end. The giant beam room is very repetitive for its sheer size, and the gotchas can be irritating, yes. The Starfield, meanwhile, is on the confusing end. Putting it bluntly,
Slightly fading the player. It's a horrible way to telegraph that the triangle and square solids have flipped, which isn't solid, and that terrible tell ruins an otherwise effective room. I mean, aside from it being visually incredibly confusing,
thankfully, the galaxy portals are playing great from start to finish, so the stage design ends on a high note.
whatever you say, Mick.
The boss fights are no less mixed. The Wily Cat is a welcome break after the Starfield. Yeah, at least have that. not to mention hilariously silly. The Hunter-On's got an excellent concept, but its arena is painfully cramped, and how to dodge the screen clear isn't exactly, well, clear. Use the portals. I figured that out, but only because I played 30XX not too long ago, and it has a similar attack. But the real weak point is Arcane Man himself. His first phase could work, but his tails are too fast, and his grab's ability to insta-kill you is poorly conveyed.
It used to insta-kill? Instead of just take your weapons away? Oh, good! It used to be worse!
His second phase is a struggle to control, thanks to everything pulling you everywhere, making a rather chaotic jumble. Yeah, those magnets, those black hole things! Isn't it great that you can't freaking control where you're going because you're constantly being sucked in during a super fast boss that does 1,000,000 damage? It can insta-kill you still? Great! His second phase is a struggle, yes. And his final phase can get spammy with the shot blocking black holes, even if it's really the easiest of the three. All in all, it leaves a bitter taste going into the lore dump. But to end things on a high note, the token sections are quite good. 3 is one of the highlights, offering one of the only threatening wall blasters 2s I've ever met. And the only real complaint I have is that 1 can be a little glitchy, and 4 is suspension obtuse. But my highlight of this level has to be the Aether Man. This is a far better boss than his minion.
What? What do you mean? The whole spamming bullcrap? Mick, what the heck are you on?
I mean, sure, but
It's not a freaking Mega Man boss! Like, Jesus Christ!
I just wish the dialogue wasn't so lengthy.
Yeah, you don't say!
Y'all are super lucky you have a cutscene skip.
You don't say! I don't care if he's a solid boss, I'm looking for Mega Man bosses! So the more not Mega Man a boss is, the more I'm going to hate it! That's just how it is! He didn't stand a chance because it is by no means anywhere in line with a commercial Mega Man game. Not even remotely close!
This is a very awkward level to talk about. Not because of its design and functionality issues, although those certainly don't help. Rather, it's because this is a level with tons of potential.
Really?
There's some interesting concepts here that obviously had a lot of effort and creativity put into them, but are ultimately brought down hard by bad execution. Barring the rather odd visuals, things aren't too bad when you initially drop into the level. A few things like the immovable blocks, laser generators, and the yellow star Joes are introduced fairly well. Granted, the blocks are a little glitchy if they get too close to a screen transition. I had one situation where a block consistently zipped along the ground whenever I re-entered the screen.
Interesting.
But other than that, everything was okay for those first few screens. Where things start to take a turn for the worse is when you reach the colored block rooms. Yeah, I know they had to comb through everything to make sure there's nothing bad,
but oh my god!
These are some of the most visually disorienting segments in any Mega Man game stage I've played, yeah! The only hint you get as to whether or not the square and triangle blocks are tangible is slight fading effect on Mega Man sprites after entering a portable. I didn't even notice those! The background being filled with constantly moving stars only adds to the visual overload. While I did eventually figure out how it works, it doesn't change the fact that this conveyance, which makes it doubly frustrating. This section has some incredibly bad conveyance. Yeah. The rest of the segments following these rooms were thankfully a lot more tolerable by comparison, but still had their fair share of issues. First, there's the Galaxy Portal segments. The Yoku variants of these are an interesting idea. I'd be lying if I said I didn't have at least a bit of fun with the parts involved in them. They thankfully, like in all the places where them to show restraint,
Of all the places for them to show restraint,
It was the Yoku teleporters. Those were fine.
those were actually perfectly fine. The Joes positioned directly next to them, not so good, but they didn't go crazy with them. That's all I can really ask.
I can't say the same for the moving and rotating ones, however. Dealing with them felt more tedious than anything, mostly due to the strict timing and spacing involved, yeah? And ultimately getting sent back a couple of steps multiple times in a row because of it. That aside, the only other part of the level that stuck out to me was a screen with a force beam in the center and a black hole Joe on the other side. You can very easily die the moment you enter the room, yes! Because the Joe will immediately start pulling you towards the force beam, which to me indicates either a lack of care or playtesting. Probably both. As minor of a section as this may be, it's still a pretty glaring issue. And then we have the bosses. The Talon mini-boss certainly caught me off guard at first. I definitely wasn't expecting a serious Sam reference, but I can still appreciate it. Oh yeah! That said, it still ended up being a pretty straightforward fight, and probably the most enjoyable of the bosses this level has to offer. Oh, that says a lot. As for the second mini-boss, while its first phase is tolerable, the second phase left a bad impression right away when it suddenly dragged me into the center pit for an instant death.
Yeah, I got really tired of the suction in this stage.
It also has a full screen attack that's incredibly finicky to avoid, essentially forcing you to jump into the portals at the last possible moment before the attack goes off. After that, there's Arcane Man. Besides obscuring the screen in his second phase and being generally chaotic to fight, his battle goes from annoying to infuriating due to one thing: his grab move. Getting hit by this locks all your weapons, and it disables your ability to charge/slide.
Oh, good! So it's like freaking. God, what's the X2 boss's name? Manga Centipede or whatever? It's like him, except it's everything at once! You get grabbed by the centipede there, and he only takes one of your abilities, so you have to get grabbed several times to get brought down.
Yeah, Manga Centipede.
This is just all of it at the same time! Great idea, Star Fox!
This is straight up awful to force on someone during a boss fight. It'd be one thing if you could knock him out of doing this, like Manga Centipede and X2, for example. But to my knowledge, there's no way to mitigate the other than to either get hit by the grab again, or just avoid it outright. All this is made even worse due to a bug that keeps your abilities locked if you die from this attack, which is likely given how much damage it does. By comparison, the optional boss is much more tolerable, strangely enough.
What do you mean? It didn't glitch out on me at one point when one of the arcade. God damn it!
Must do visual overload from way too many effects going off. But he was nowhere near as annoying to deal with than the main boss.
What? Y'all are crazy!
Shit is how extremely non-standard stuff end up placing too high. Entry number 7, Arcane Man Review. Summary: a detailed document compiled by Analyzer in MAGMML. MAGMML! Contestula, Dr. Fake Name Apache. The following document details the afterthoughts. Dr. Apache's exposure to the submission titled Arcane Man, Chaos Tower. Start HQ remains.
I like how all I had to do was to read the title of this level, by the way. Just looking at the title of it, I knew this is going to be overbearing, isn't it? It sure was!
Oh boy, this stage. First off, there's quite a mouthful of a stage name. Definitely grabs the attention. Not for good reasons, let me tell you. The tile sets are all over the place. It's a mixture of everything, and the theming doesn't seem to stay consistent. Backgrounds are also a huge mix and match, sometimes even deliberately made glitchy looking. That's why it's called the Chaos Tower, I guess. Still a messy presentation. I mean, yeah, I actually fought the second one. There is that. The first one I pretty much just said, Spark Chaser, go burn. So I'll at least agree on them. The second one is more playable, the optional boss. It's more playable. The first one spent so much time invulnerable that Spark Chaser was pretty much the only way that one was going down anywhere soon. But it doesn't make it any better!
It's the problem. It still has all the same issues as the first one, just with less iframes.
It's just a lot to take in for every room in this stage, be it some strange visual effects, bizarre enemy designs, unintuitive puzzle segments. As if the sheer room size for these on its own is not absurd enough. More isn't always necessarily better, you
Don't say!
Some of these gimmicks are neat. I do like the Yoku Galaxy portals. Some not so much, like the abundance of black hole gimmick that is present in so many places. As well as the phasing shape blocks, where some blocks are even intangible without much to tell graphics-wise that they behave differently. The mini-boss thing, the Simon Says looking thing, can be pretty mean. The black hole thing after you get rid of all 4 cores is just a rude thing for first-time fights. You can also occasionally get stun-locked on the teleporters if you happen to leave certain cores alive. Great, fantastic. There's also a strange bug with the special weapon sometimes being locked down after repeat attempts against Arcane Man. Glad I didn't get that one! Arcane Man! Arcane! Freaking Arm Man!
Let's see, teleporting all around, being erratic as all heck, with fake out telegraphs and reflecting your shots, disabling your weapons, and even tossing you around the room like a ragdoll! Oh, and let's not forget a desperation attack where he becomes completely invulnerable!
All to create a wonderful disaster of a fight that takes absolutely zero account of the player's enjoyment. BAM! So, because that was bad enough of a fight,
Let's have another! Now it's Ascendant Arcane Man or something, I don't know! Multiple health bars because, of course, with a terrible palette, making it impossible to tell how much health there is exactly. Always airborne, more black hole attacks to home in onto you, yet more desperation attacks with absolutely awful visual clutter! Yes, thank you, Patchy!
he is somehow a little more manageable because his attacks are more pattern-based compared to Arcane Man's, but it's still not very fun of a fight.
Finally! Alright! I'm just gonna preemptively type Patchy, because I don't really see anybody else saying that. Did you write this review? No, I would have been harsher, as was shown by my own write-up.
The story is just way too out there and does not fit the Mega Man universe at all.
Yes! That!
Especially not the classic era. At least something about souls, death, and other morbid subjects too. See what I mean? How it doesn't fit the generally carefree and colorful nature that the classic series is known for. This level was definitely a mess. A memorable experience for sure, but it's not one that I would want to come back to.
Alright, Patchy, thank you! Good God! Alright, next!
There's no shortage of written reviews, video playthroughs, and social media discussions about how to make a good level for this contest. The contest rules even link to some of this wisdom, yet this level repeats all the worst mistakes of MAGMML 1 and 2! BAM! To the point where I would believe you if you told me this is a troll level poking fun at MAGMML 2's Yggdrasil! I've seen, especially in the hologram areas, the player is constantly bombarded with challenges that take too long to complete. Too many new ideas at once, too many threats, too many different tile sets,
Too much animation, and or too much pressure to react instantly,
with checkpoints and power-ups that are too
far apart!
The screen count is already triple what it should be. These issues make the level feel even longer. Everything about this level is too much!
Yes, Flashman!
That also goes for the difficulty. The mini-boss is hard to dodge. I guess he's talking about the one that's not the cat. The mini-boss is outrageously overpaced and unforgiving, and I never want to fight him again. The optional boss at the very...
Okay, yeah.
The optional boss at least has the awesome visual effects of sucking up the background, and the power-up cache beforehand is a merciful consideration, but the fight is exhausting!
Yeah, that's fair.
I commend the inclusion of official Capcom enemies not represented in the dev kit, and the creativity of using Magnet Beam or a point-blank charge shot to pull crates.
What? What do you mean a point-blank charge shot? Hitbox and shenanigans? Sure.
I can celebrate the genuinely fun teleporter challenges and the programming skill necessary to create such complex and mostly glitch-free bosses. If I ignore how they clash with each other, I can appreciate the rampant ridiculous humor and the deep, albeit typo-ridden lore. there are moments where I can almost set aside my fatigue and frustration and let the start enjoy the experience, but they are merely moments and not enough to save the level from the pitfalls we urged everyone to avoid. Look, but you literally just typed out the problem! If it feels like a ZX boss, then it's not a classic Mega Man boss! That is a different series! The X and Zero games had more complicated, ridiculous bosses, but the classic series doesn't! That's the important part here! I bet you're expecting a meme here, perhaps. Maybe that one with Chris, I'm too afraid to ask, Pratt. Maybe some abomination of Dave looking like that weird chunkster priest saying, why though? In the infamous pointing by Fernando Botero? Oh no, I have things to say. And no, this is not going to be a long rant a la MAGMML3's Drassil. I know full well what first impressions of this stage are like. This is MAGMML3's Industrial, people may cry. Well, maybe in a way, yeah, this stage is a confusing ball of surreal insanity. It's weird, it's rather ugly, it's both fatuous and pretentious at the same time, and it arbitrarily throws not one, but two super bosses with obnoxious special attacks and things straight out of Windows 98 screenshot! That might be the most scathing one yet! It feels... it's an utter mess. And it is! Let's not sell that short, it's a total burning heap of a stage. A heap of what? Beneath that mess, that poor first impression, beneath the cover, it's a stage that honestly kind of works. Alright, let's, I'll hear you out. It's a very consistent internal logic to what the stage does with its gimmicks. The moment what the stage is trying to do starts to click, so does the rest of the level. It doesn't throw curveballs of mechanics, it just builds upon what's been said, and it never really breaks its internal rules. Even the most obnoxious and potentially confusing of enemies in the stage are in fact fairly basic in their actions, just applying changes to Mega Man's movement. Yeah, it's true, like it does build upon itself, especially with the holograms and whatnot. Unfortunately, it starts at confusing as hell and builds to, well, it's a little more confusing now, I guess. Things you can deal with when you're prepared. So what's the deal here? What is this stage? Well, to be truthful, in terms of mechanics and the stage design, I like this. I like this? Yeah, actually, I like the challenges here. Some of the puzzles require your thinking head-on. Others require you to pay attention to the weird surroundings. If sometimes, just sometimes, there's something out of place. What the stage ultimately utterly fails at is conveyance. Yeah, there's the problem. To say it doesn't teach its mechanics, well, is an understatement. The player is left flailing badly as they try to pick up what the bleeding hell the stage is trying to ask of them. Do you use the special weapons to deal with force beams? You can shoot the generators, the ones that look like background objects. Just what the hell is the deal with those reskinned Galaxy Man teleporters and the shapes? Some changes in the aesthetics here and there. Force beam generators at the player's height to teach that mechanic. The galaxies that change the solidity of the block shapes, showing a much clearer indication of which ones are currently active. Yeah. The lack of teaching applies to the two bosses, although I feel a lesser extent to the super boss. There's a unique instant death mechanic to Arcane Man, where he drains your life force. To tell that it's something is happening here is far too subtle. I think that's the key thing. Your enjoyment here will come down to how frustrating the learning process is. Once the stage makes sense, it makes sense. There's nothing really all that frustrating about it. But it's just so many things bungled in teaching that I think this stage will struggle for it. Of the two bosses, I didn't find Arcane Man himself much fun. He tries to pull off these cool moves, but ends up feeling really clunky to fight. Through the constant shifting of the players, the insta-kill moves, arbitrarily blocking of the player's shots at unintuitive times, not a fan. That said, Ahh the Make clearly trying to be a mega hard super boss is the more enjoyable fight. I think this is the one time where teaching elements actually landed. Here, have 4 energy tanks. This boss is supposed to be hit hard. Play hard. Use everything against it. Yeah, that's true. It's also got a generally more recognizable pattern and easier tells outside of the Aether barrier. Being a bit hard to spot, it's a manic battle, and it's a bit out there for the usual Mega Man, but ultimately I came away positive. For the record, at this point, I don't really dislike Yggdrasil that much anymore, but Arcane Man is the superior stage by quite a bit.
It is true. I think I'd rather play this again over Yggdrasil. The actual stage was at least pretty short for this one in comparison. There
are aspects about that are true, yeah, but I'd say Patchy's
definitely easily the one I agree with.
Who are you? Alright, now that we're over an hour into the stream, let's play a second stage! Oh boy, we got another one that's an actual proper, like, Robot Master stage name.
Alright, here we go. Look, stage, you're not gonna have to try very hard to be liked better than that one. Show me what you got! Oh, good, another one! There's more skip portals in this dang tier than the rest of them!
Cute. Very manageable. Many times properly, at least. Huh. Alright, the hitboxes on those are definitely more generous than official. That a switch? Okay. They're trying to do, like, the Astro Man one. They move really slowly, so you could technically like, go up here and then sneak back underneath and... Look, I needed the extra jump height! Sonny had to go!
Give me that!
You know, I'm just gonna grab it. Toxic. Oh, this is a little bit messy, but sure. Jalen, thank you for the 59 months of Twitch Prime. Good job in spinning a little bit more for us today. I apparently had to defeat whatever this is here.
To get a checkpoint, damn it! Poorly timed!
Is it really expecting me to just stand there and wait at the start of that screen for the entire period? I guess so. He really wants me to just stand there and wait for an entire screen. Foot. can't be bothered with this entire first screen. So yeah, it's actually expecting me to just sit here and wait, and wait, and wait, and now you can go. Well, the song is simply ready, because it's the noise! Oh god, oh, look at that, just I had no idea that was gonna happen with that one! Look at that, I think I'm in the 31 months! Even though it's been a little bit more for us today. Dear god, this tier is a mess!
Alright, so this one lowers, and this is basically a Cossack platform. Oh god! This is very, very busy! Oh god, not the bees! Not the bees!
Ice will go! It wasn't enough.
Oh, this one rises! Sure, I was gonna know that happens!
Yeah, it's nice that they didn't design a soft but I mean...
Probably needed something to convey that a bit more.
I guess the idea is the lack of, like, anything holding that particular barrel in plate. All this.
But, like, there's a lot going on there.
What do we have here?
Yeah, that's definitely how I feel about Joe's Dragon Cat, man. God. Every day we be dealing with Joe's.
What's the point of that? The point of that is that Proto Man's a cool guy doing cool things.
Oh, there's a spike there. All right. Well, there's a checkpoint here. It's not so bad.
I'm definitely still a little bit ornery after the previous stage, but hey. There
not being a breather level between the previous one and this one when it comes to skip teleporters. It's a little unfortunate.
You know, it's an odd thing, but as bizarre as this area looks, you can at least see there was an attempt to make sure it fits in with classic Mega Man's visuals in terms of colors and whatnot. So it's still clashy, but like, it works. Yeah, this one's a lot more playable than the previous stage. Proto Man, it's okay, I have the key this time.
Proto Man! Proto Man, you don't need to do it again. But thanks, I guess.
Radioactive! how long are those gonna stay in place? Is there, any way for me to get rid of those, or are they just gonna stay in place? Well, I mean, I got him, but, like, damn, if he decides to throw out a bunch of those at the same time, you have nowhere to move. Damage is actually reasonable, though. Go fig.
I saw that little P. Yeah, that's fine.
Well, I exactly did this one ever-skip teleport rather than it being just kind of busy in spots. It wasn't that long. So much as it's janky and messy? Yeah, that makes sense.
Who's this dude?
Glitchy behavior is present across the level, but the crusher section here is near the end is particularly prone to it. I'd say to exercise caution, but if you aren't already doing that near industrial grade pressure,
That presses there's no hope for you. Alright, so a little bit glitchy and janky. Got it. Understood.
I will say, the Astroman platforms here definitely do not fit art-wise.
They look very strange next to everything else with all these nice hard outlines.
For Noises Buster, he wields a gun!
And edit for the last piece? That's definitely a quick edit, Dragon Cat Man.
What?
Oh dear.
Oh, okay, that ended actually being...
Fairly refreshing after the previous stage. Alright, let's see. It's a bit messy and janky, but I mean, it has ideas. I guess it doesn't really build off of them very much, but I'll give it a little bit of points.
Creativity mixed a few things together. You know, it had some on-brand stuff with the radioactive barrels and whatnot, and the radioactive water. I'll give it a few points there. It was a very busy,
Not so great stage to actually play.
I'll give it a bit. Functionality-wise, well,
It's definitely losing some points for the jankiness.
aesthetics, yeah, it looked alright. There's a couple of aesthetic issues, like the Astroman, switch doors and whatnot, but could have been worse. I'll give it a 9 there. A perfectly reasonable level. 3.
Yeah, thank you very much, Neo. I never would have expected the noise in a million years. How goes this? Is that the freaking noise? Yeah, what of it?
Let's see. This one was a strange mix. Definitely some jank. Things being a little tricky to figure out in a moment's notice, especially with the radioactive barrels that fall and rise later in the stage. Many projectiles, many pain, and some stuff that shows up for a whole one screen before never being seen again. A lot of ideas in this brew, but some do at least get a little fleshed out. Some minor aesthetic issues, like the Astroman switch doors just not looking right at all. lack of outline and all that. But overall, not bad. Oops. Radio Man himself had actually the first reasonable damage output I've seen in a while. Instead of everything hitting like a truck. But the radioactive spots his bombs leave behind stick around for far too long. So if he decides to use that move too many times in quick succession, you are stuck with nowhere to dodge. Iron Tree could fix it though. It's pretty cool. I like that one. Give us a level. Two words come to mind. Unfocused and unpolished. I can see the potential for an interesting concept buried in here, as it has a lot of the ingredients necessary to make something fun and unique. Oh yeah, before I forget actually. The rising and lowering radioactive water pool really could have been done better though. Having to wait an entire cycle every time you go into the room is very tedious if you die anywhere between those two checkpoints. There we go. However, it's a bit like an early baker's everything bagel.
Oh no, not the everything bagel!
It has a little too much everything to really shine. Specifically, this uses 5 to 10 different gimmicks and over 20 different enemy types. That's far too many for one level, and it leads to a ton of redundant concepts and one-use enemies. More prominently, it results in a lot of untapped potential, which is a shame, as some of these could be really good. My best example of untapped potential is the rising nuclear water. It only shows up in one room, and that room is long, unimpressive, and has incredibly awkward design that can kill you easily. It could have used for something like a chaos sequence, a chase sequence especially with the astral walls, or it could rise and fall in a rhythm as you traverse a series of platforms at different heights. These are just a small collection of possibilities, but there's a lot you can do with just a small selection of gimmicks. Personally, I advise dropping the main gimmicks down to just the radiation liquids and pools both. The astral walls, the nuclear canisters, and that one cool set piece with the shrink ray. Shrink ray? Then bring the enemy types from 20 plus to around 6. That would put this more in line with the standard Mega Man level, and I think it would create a much better result. I'd also change the mini-boss into something less nonsensical and tone down Radio Man's raw attack so it doesn't persist for several seconds for no reason. With those changes in place, I think the level would be a lot more fun to play. Yeah, it pretty much says everything I needed to. While the theming is certainly on point, I can't exactly praise this level for much else. Simply put, the stage is all over the place, especially when it comes to the gimmicks. Each one gets its own dedicated section, which isn't a bad idea on its own. The problem is that once the section is done with, the previous gimmick has dropped completely in favor of a new one, never to be seen again, and so on. Yeah, the usual crime. The waterfall and barrel segment is easily the best part of the level, to the point where I wish there was more of a focus on them. On the far opposite side, however, you have the moving pillar and spike segment. Aside from the frequent glitches that can cause you to phase through the pillars, oh no! The placement of the swallowed at the end is what ruins it. You already have a rather tight and demanding section with instant death as the punishment for failing. The last thing it needs is an awkwardly placed enemy that can easily blindside the player. All this is topped off with a boss that could have been fun, if not for one major flaw. The lingering effects of the rods it tosses out last way too long. It's strange considering The custom Pigment enemies in the stage have a similar attack, but the result's explosion effects don't last anywhere near as long as Radium Man's. I've had fights with them where he's coated the entire floor in those radiation blasts, which made it virtually impossible to avoid taking damage. Yeah, like what happened with me! One of those fights ended with the energy element landing on one of those lingering blasts, which forced me to wait for several seconds before it disappeared, since one more hit would have killed me. If that isn't a sign that the boss in his stage, for that matter, could have used more playtesting, then I don't know what it is. Holy moly, enemy spam! You should have said spam only there, Patchy. Just to really follow it up, you know? There's so much stuff being flinged into your face for just the first few screens, it's not even funny! Multiple enemies clutter to ambush you at every half screen, together with new gimmicks introduced in this chaotic environment, with no chance for the player to be given any breathing room, resulting in deaths that feel really unfair to the player. The stage in general is just super unfocused and features so many enemies that serve to knock you around like a beanbag, pummeled into acid pools, death pits, crushers, what have you. It doesn't look like the stage calms down from asking for insane maneuvers out of the player later on either. Difficulty curve is non-existent, it's all high all the time. The stage also suffers some slowdown with so many of the oil drum objects being spawned in that one screen. Really? Damn, alright. Good thing the engine gun made more efficient before release, huh? Music choice really matters. Picking a song that isn't intended for long hearing, being put into a full-length stage, it gets really irritating and demotivating to continue playing after a while. You know, I was gonna make a comment on how they used the refight stage for Mega Man 10 as the song.
Cause yeah, that song lasts for about 15 seconds. Not so good to use as a full stage song.
Radio Man, I guess his sprite looks decent. His fight consists of an area denial with those lingering toxins, and you can manipulate where he throws them in a way. But I don't think you can really stop him from covering the whole arena, which could lead to catastrophic results. I wish I could write a more glowing review, but I've got to discuss some massive critical issues. Rising acid slime is unforgiving. I wish the acid slime drops disappeared upon hitting the surface of the liquid below. I glitched a couple of gimmicks and found 3 different ways for players to mess up the level flow after Proto Man appears. I should also address the elephant in the room. The mini boss drops the ball in every way. God damn it, Flashman. Just take it. Based on the power strewn everywhere, I can only assume you're aware of how difficult the level is. Too many objects are in too small of space, which hurts the learning curve, puts a damper on a no damage buster only run, and clutters the visuals. The cooling rod area is an improvement, though still too difficult from the combination of constant precision and omnipresent instant death. Only the thoroughly charming microzone feels properly balanced for a Mega Man level, and it's a shame the easiest part is at the end. Yeah, you know me and anime bullshit, so if you put that kind of lore up in front of me, I'm just gonna go, no, dude, just no. Concluding the level is a mostly solid boss fight. Well, it looks like it's from The Simpsons. What? I didn't get that impression, but sure. Which I guess is appropriate. Radium Man's pattern is just right, though. The explosions linger longer than necessary. The bombs can be tricked to spawn in the ceiling if you jump high enough, and neither hazard disappears when he dies. I'm a big fan of how the boss chamber looks, here and elsewhere. It's neat to see such a creative application of dev kit tiles. Even with a few color schemes that don't quite work for me, the aesthetics overall do a good job of creating a sense of place. Theming is a strong point. Despite the level having the memory of a 3-eyed goldfish when it comes to what the enemy roster is, the core challenges of each section are creative and make total sense with the premise. Yeah, it's not bad. So this level can't decide if it wants to be a decent level or a horrible level, and is split between its first and second halves. It does not get off to a very good first impression with the constant bombardments of enemies that do not mix, and new concepts thrown at the player in completely dangerous situations. This is one of the places where a lack of safety prevents any sort of game plan on the part of the player and results in the player damage boosting in order to get through. When on the hovers, there is very little room for dodging enemies and projectiles in a heavily timed situation. Oftentimes avoiding damage or even just survival requires clairvoyance, and in some cases seems utterly impossible. Many elements of the first half of the level are counterintuitive. For example, getting through the rising acid room requires the player to wait an exorbitant amount of time before they even start moving. I knew I could count on Ace Spark to mention that one. Otherwise, the result is the acid combing you to death. This room also does not offer any safe spots in places where it looks like there should be. Perhaps the acid should have started halfway up the room. The Power Zone room is far too cramped for the mini-boss used. The enemy requires pretty precise movements, and the layout here makes things far too unreasonable to pull off. The second half is a lot better in terms of enemies and how reasonable the challenges are, particularly the barrel platforming section. Some highlights of the waterfalls and the subatomic platforming room. Yes. One of the best qualities about the level was the perfect checkpoint placement. Yeah. Which made it never got frustrating, except for the shifting wall room, which harks back to the first room requiring clairvoyance and having nowhere safe to stand. I did not manage to avoid Swalloon at the end, and had the damage boost through the section. Radio Man himself cannot decide between the two halves of the level and can be immensely frustrating. One of his attacks comes with no warning and robs you of anywhere to move. On the other hand, if he uses the other two attacks, he dies fairly reasonably. And this boss used AI rather than RNG, this boss would have been a much better fight. Yes. Aesthetically, the level looked fine, but the music was horrendous. It was a horrendous choice. It was not written to be used in such a long level. I'll give it a Spark for
Just for bringing up the rising and lowering pool.
because otherwise Patchy and A Spark kind of hit all the same notes in terms of the review. Overall,
That was refreshing after some of the levels in this tier so far, let me tell you. Next!
%5 time penalty. Top Man 2, Spinner Comb. I mean, I like Top Man, but that's not gonna get you mercy points from me. Chicken Parmesan.
Again? 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 Okay. Also, really? This background color? Oh god. Oh baby. Oh god. This has not been a good day for the eyes, chat. This has not been a good day for the eyes.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely worse.
But it's still not great, you know?
Okay, something I'm actually very curious about. Okay, good. Those are consistently ladders. I had to do a double check, you know. Oh yeah, that's one of those screen transitions right there. Does that come back? Okay, good. It just... Screw you, game! They put the cat one tile higher, just to be a little more annoying.
One singular tile higher.
I need a utility to get out of here? That's a decision. Alright, Stoddy! I need a platform! Saw that one coming. No, the yarn balls hurt! Yes, I know that doesn't make any sense because it's freaking yarn, but nevertheless! Get him, Brick! Oh, God!
I kind of like that token. It's a bit crazy, but I kind of like it.
Guys, we're actually playing a Mega Man level. It took a few stages, but we're playing something that actually feels kind of like a Mega Man level.
A little bit. The obstacles are still a little bit wacky, but I mean, it's a lot closer than it was.
Oh, hey, I recognize this bit. Mega jumping thing!
Oh dear God! No! No! It's huge!
I would like to point out that this area that I can enter looks the same as the rest of them, except this one particular one is enterable. Bless the compass. Once again, I must say, bless the compass. Just go over there, on that case. The stage is looking better the further we go
In terms of visuals.
I've got an actual...
The top platforms, they explode! What? What do you mean you can just jump over there?
Alright, so the tokens are a bit nonsense. Wait,
Are you just stuck here without utilities?
isn't the bottomless pit on the other side of the screen? Okay. Whew, there's some issues there. What? Yeah, I was supposed to use those to get back, but there was no way to get back to... over to the tops without using a utility.
What? What are you you're talking about some primo bergs there, Neil? The fact that it still has like the little visual effect around it too. Oh God! I didn't notice that one was pointing left.
Primo berg! Burger. Alright, let's try to get some weapon ammo for my utilities, since I'm probably gonna need them by lots of things. Alright, the exploding ones just kind of explode when you stand on them. I think I wish that they didn't start blinking until after you stepped on them. Them flashing all the time is kind of distracting. It made me not notice that it took me standing on them for them to explode. But I appreciate that there's some kind of visual, you know? Oh dear God!
Hey chat, you like visual clutter? Oh God! There's a lot going on there!
I think about the section that got the...
Oh hey, yeah! We fell right through that one!
Wait! Can you just not step on the gray ones?
Are they fakes? Are they just fakes? Why are there fakes?
Also nice of that to be introduced in a situation where I could actually find out. Conveyance.
Okay, yeah, they're completely fake, which just makes this screen even more ridiculous.
Hey, dumb man.
Oh God! Oh jeez!
I'm having a really hard time actually avoiding the big exploding one. Yeah, that's fine. It's the actual pattern. Wait, right, these are ladders, these are ladders.
They're used so few times that I kind of forgot their ladders again. They look like background objects. Wait! Woo!
It's gonna take a big hit on design since it is heavily borrowing from Top Band's stage. I definitely use the tools in various creative ways, for better and for worse in some ways. Otherwise, I mean,
It's the most fun I've had today, at least.
we'll take a look at the skip text in just a second. I'm talking a few points on function for both the ladders that are very difficult to tell that they're ladders, and the gray tops. Aesthetics, I'm not giving very many points for this one, most for the blazing background at the start, and the fact that it's just Top Man stage. But overall, decent. It's like I like Top Man stage, but it is just Top Man stage. Alright, let's take a look at the skip text before I read the judges and write down mine.
No, there's 2 of them now!
Motion sickness man just barely made it through this level, but he asked me to give you a warning. Parts of this level can be visually overwhelming, particularly toward the end. I know exactly what screen they're talking about! Tense background colors and swarms of moving, sometimes flashing platforms. Yes!
Remember when I mentioned that it's probably not a good idea to have the exploding ones constantly flashing? That's why!
This level contains several glitches and janky behavior from its assets, including a mini-boss that could escape its room. It was given a choice, and clearly it chose to go home.
Damn it.
What's your choice? If you don't want to put up with an unstable level, go left. Where you go? Where you go? The enemy escaped. Let's see if I can respawn it real quick. Come back! Okay, it's just there for aesthetics. Oh yeah, this is to teach you that those are ladders. Right! Alright, I really like Top Man and his stage. That ain't gonna earn any brownie points here. If anything, it actually detracts. Because it is yet another remix of an existing official level. Now, with that said, a lot of original concepts get used here. As well as evolutions of some very underutilized gimmicks from the original, like the top platforms. For better and for worse, though. Some of the various top platform shenanigans work rather well. I especially liked the bit to get, I believe, it was the second token? The one where you slide back and forth, waiting for the next set. Top platforms. But then we come towards the end. The gray tops being complete fakes is not conveyed well whatsoever. And the combination of all 3 types flooding the screen while the exploding ones are constantly flashing is incredibly overwhelming. The exploding ones probably only should have started flashing upon stepping on it to make it more clear when it was going to explode. Conveyance is definitely a big issue at this stage. But at least, gimmicks, enemies remained pretty consistent by sticking to a lot of the original stage's restrictions. That said, the nuts and bolt enemy was really overused in many of the worst ways. I started feeling psychic for a bit there. by just predicting there will always be one trying to blindside me after a tricky jump. Because there usually was. I had fun! But this level's definitely a mess. Alright, let's see! An attempt to make a bigger and better Top Man stage, eh? Considering the original was a victim of rushed development and unfortunate circumstances, I can see the appeal despite the risks to the creativity score. Did it work out? Kind of. Yeah, I'd agree with that. The new top platforms have the shining element. While they get a bit spammy sometimes, they also have a number of twists and turns to make them a lot more interesting, namely ghosts and explosive tops. A personal highlight was the super giant top, turning the spinning behavior into a combat obstacle. Green Top Man was a fun fight. I also appreciate that it's a relatively obvious which type of top is which. Yeah, it's color coding, but I feel like this might actually work with color blindness. Flash will be the judge of that. But I think of bees. Oh, that one level with all the bees. It certainly existed. Unfortunately, the rest of the level is awkward at best. The enemies here are either underused or dull. And this few one-to-one recreations of Top Man stage that really hurt the creativity score, as well as causing arbitrary rush coil usage because, of course, Mega Man 3 has that.
It really does.
Beyond that, the level has a lot of broken animations, some very unclear ladders, and a few different pieces that outright struggle to function. In particular, the big Bekakuro tends to teleport whenever it turns around. The giant top doesn't respawn properly, and there's one spot where the camera can be headache-inducing with how it slides around, which has thankfully been fixed. Rough level design is one thing, but these broken and busted bits hurt the experience that much more. It can be difficult to appreciate a level when it feels like it's held together by duct tape and silly string. Oh yeah, one thing I should probably note. Also, a couple of those tokens were pretty nonsense. Especially the one in the giant spinning top room, since that screen transition looks exactly the same as the rest of the sides of the screen. So it is just pure luck if you find it. Bless the compass and map power-ups in the finished game. Given the choice, I'd honestly rather go home.
Oh dear.
And that's largely due to this level being plagued by a number of technical issues. There's minor things like certain background tiles flashing while the rest has no animation. Then there's more serious ones, such as one of the spawners for the top platform suddenly not working, along with the new mid-boss's sprites not being centered, causing it to snap to different portions when it turns to jump. Not to mention it fires at you before it even spawns in. The worst of these actually comes from the camera, when it jerks to the side during a pretty crucial jump later in the level. All this really makes me question how much playtesting went into the stage before it was submitted. The level design only reinforces the question. Some of the earlier parts of the stage are pretty decent, albeit with some odd things here and there, like how you need utilities just to get past Tama's room. Things start to get messy once you reach the room with the second token, which, by the way, is an absolute pain to get.
Oh, I'm gonna kinda like that one.
A lot of the rooms afterwards are either really cluttered or don't have much going on. The rising section in particular, while neat in concept, is oversaturated with enemies. The rest of the rooms aren't really that distinct enough to comment on. Although there is one part I noticed that was ripped almost directly from Top Man's original stage, but reversed. On that note, Green Top Man's probably the most enjoyable part of the level. The larger projectiles and timings required to avoid them make for a fun fight on an otherwise vanilla boss.
Yeah, I like that remixed boss.
It would have been a pretty solid end to the stage, if not for the room afterwards. I honestly thought the magnet beam was required to reach the energy element at first, until I realized that those girders in the background were actually ladders. Yeah. I wouldn't be as upset over this if there were some hints to this earlier in the level, but there's zero indication for it. Sadly, I ended up leaving the stage feeling pretty annoyed. There's definitely some nice ideas here, such as variants of the top platforms and Green Top Man's boss fight. But they're bogged down by rough execution with the level design, along with numerous technical issues. fast!
Top spin harder! Whee!
Oh, I do not like that bright red background at all. It's kind of hard to look at.
Thankfully, the later part of the stage subdues it.
With a much more comforting night color, right? I get the idea if they were trying to go for like the sun going down as you're going through the stage, but that is not the right color for it, man.
That was hot pink!
Also, more remix stages. Well, at least with this stage, it sticks to the theming and actually expands on the original concept. I like the variety of the different types of spinning top platforms, except the white one, which is kind of meh. Only serves to screw you over in the random spawn chaos. Yes! Some of the tokens are annoyingly placed. The second token is, of course, hidden away in one of the random openings on the elevator section. Was that the second one? I thought the second one was the one with the top platforms. I don't remember. Third token is annoyingly hidden away by a leap of faith screen transition. And it seems to be... Oh, it is the second token that just didn't get the first one.
Okay.
It seems to be heavily RNG dependent because it may spawn a white top on parts where you need a real platform. Doesn't help that all the tops seem to have very low spawn rate here. The middle part of the level feels like a huge difficulty spike compared to the rest of the stage. Full of instant death hazards with no checkpoints throughout, either until the end of the giant top elevator ride. There's also the room near the end where the camera kind of snaps around back and forth while you're platforming across, which can be a bit disorienting. Is go home still an option? Because this level has spun out of control.
So many of the judges just want to go home, man. They just want to go home.
All the ideas are there for a great Top Man remix. Exploding and fake out top platforms are super clever, and there's sufficient color contrast for me to tell the non-flashing platforms apart. Okay, cool! We got confirmation from Colorblind that it does actually work. Although they look nicer with new graphics befitting their size, a humongous elevator and not so many Mecha mini-boss are fun additions. Secretly climbable background architecture offers a lot of possibilities, but then you also have Bicky, Bubblegum, Cannon, Lekin, Hammer Joe, new Shopman, Parachute, drop platforms, and multiple flavors of Sparkman platforms. New elements are fine, but that's an entire separate level's worth of assets on top of the other new things. And everything that was in Top Man's original level, unfocused and overwhelming, are words that come to mind. Part of the problem is a lack of restraint in the number of objects on any given screen. The official games rarely require you to keep track of more than 3 or 4 different things at any one time. This level routinely throws double, if not triple, that amount at the player. It's not that the challenges are fundamentally bad. Again, the ideas are there. It's that most screens would benefit tremendously from the Thanos treatment. If I could snap my fingers. Yes. Several enemies have been given an unflattering makeover. Background lights are incorrectly animated. Flashing platforms are too flashy. Backgrounds in general could use some polish, but I can tell that thought and effort went into them. Yeah, you can see they were trying to go for a sunset type of thing. I count several architectural oversights, CG, soft lock potential electric catfight, awkward screen shifting in the area near the last token. It's easy to glitch the humongous elevator out of existence. The Mega Mecha needs a nearby checkpoint and more playtesting among other issues. It can jump through the floor and leave you stranded. Sorry I couldn't put a more positive spin on this one. Another stage that feels like it's about to fall apart at the seams. Oh no. I got soft locked a few times here, including the giant resized mid-boss despawning due to having the gall of turning left.
Well, it's next to a wall. Oops.
Or often a screen transition leads to unavoidable damage as you walk into an enemy or on occasion into a death pit. Yeah, the stage design is a bit of a mess. And there's a severe lack of polish in general. Can Mega Man make it out to have a boss room without utilities? No, and it doesn't even look intentional. Gimmics can get themselves despawn and leave the player off a creek without a paddle, since nothing stops them from flying off screen. And frankly, you can spend a rather silly amount of time for the large top spawners to give you a valid platform rather than the gray one that has no collision simply due to RNG. Yeah, they probably should have used those ones on a set pattern. Checkpoint placement also seems arbitrary, with the stupidly large top platform room really feeling like it needed something before it. Otherwise, there's a lot of rather instant death-heavy levels and a mini-boss to get back to it when something goes wrong. For what it's worth, I like the new variants on the dev kit gimmicks. One of them, the horizontal Pac-Man platform. If I didn't know any better, you'd swear it was part of the dev kit. It's an obvious addition, and I assume it's going to get added to the next contest. Neat! And while I give the top spawners flack, I like the explosive variant. It's a cool change, and just a shame that bypassing most of the rooms using it comes down to sheer numbers of spawned objects, rather than a more deliberate challenge. And whilst I mentioned an instant death heavy segment earlier, those few rooms leading to the mid-boss actually present an interesting challenge to bypass. Shame about the checkpoint. To briefly touch on tokens, I think the first one was clever. Granted, the clue to where it resides is actually given much further into the stage than it needs to be. But that's fine with me, since said token is also so early in the level that it takes mere seconds to collect on a revisit. I'll give token 1 a pass.
The others! Nah. These are heavily bungled.
I don't mind tokens that are sneaky, but there really are no such clues to the later locations, and the one within the absurdly chunky giant top lift area is particularly egregious, yes. The revamped top man certainly exists. I'll always applaud stages trying to do something with the dev kit bosses, but the exploding top in the fight just throws a monkey wrench into it. Really, you learn how it works, you can reliably avoid it, but a total lack of visual tells on the tops here makes it come down to sheer brute force trial and error, more so than a normal boss. If the boss had novelty, I wouldn't mind this trial and error aspect as much, but Top Man's base AI is kind of lacking. Not everyone's like me and is more willing to try and learn rather than dull and lackluster bosses. But in this case, face tagging the tops to avoid Top Man's contact damage is also a viable path to victory. While I don't fully agree with the boss part of the comments, I kinda agree with the rest, so... Hey, Spark. I heard that there was a gauntlet at the tournament with a western theme to it, so I got here as fast as I could. This is what my life has been leading up to, all these years of being so out of place. I can finally be the cactus in a desert I've always dreamed of being!
Alright! My god! We've reached it! The boss of tier 4! It looks beautiful! Anyways, let me just delete these extra cells real quick.
And there we go, tier 4 is all nicely compiled.
Kevin, please! The tops! The tops! Wait! What's that purple one doing there?
We're going left! That in and of itself is a crime. I think I recognize him. Speak up, boy! I'm really starting to need an oil change. But none of these buffoons gave me the passcode to get out! Wait, I didn't mean that as in... They forgot me again. They all know I don't have a working teleporter!
Fine, good, great, awesome, outstanding, amazing!
Ah, quit! Oh god!
That's a fun gimmick!
Oh jeez, it reaches all the way to the end! Sir! Yeah, that's the thing, is that the
Dialogue's not gonna fit him whatsoever, but I mean, at least the sprites work.
I just used my hammer as a benchmark. I'll assure you that this drop-off is safe and necessary to the architecture. What, this?
All I gotta do is hold up.
Let's go to the casino. I did get quite a lot of tokens from that. See, I have 43 available, so I can buy one of the big power-ups if I want to. If I want to, I can save up just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and I can make it so my special weapons all have reduced costs. Yeah, let's do that.
Gravity Man, what are you doing up there?
Alright, I got so the last rank there was 130, so we're starting from 129 with this one. Alright, should be all set. Yeah, that'd be a bit much, Neo. That would just get a bit obnoxious after a bit. The gravity gift shop. Oh, he's the owner. Oh, jeez.
You'll flip for these low prices.
I simply wanted to try something different, that's all. Taxes this year are going to be brutal.
Yeah, tell me about it.
We're getting a lot of stages that are just regular ass names.
Oh Jesus, is that a zero in fun? Is that 2 zeros in fun? Oh God. That bodes poorly. Two elements and 4 tokens. Oh God. All right, here we go. Skip teleporter. Yup.
I mean, aesthetically, though.
Everything's bouncing.
Walkman stage going on. Sounds like the Mega Man Maker mix of it. Okay, cool. And it wants to introduce me to the reskin platforms. And these are the ones that go up?
You know, maybe the rising version should have been a souffle. Hmm? I'm just saying, Neil! Little Tinker Mess.
Hey guys, guess what we're having another issue with?
Everything looks the same!
We're having another case where the background really needed to be a different color? Because everything blends together!
Yeah, like my brain is registering those as like windows. But no, they're spikes with the same border around them as the windows.
So those two times that I got to spikes didn't even register that there were spikes there. Okay, down is the token. Bread and butter! Red floor sign? Is there gonna be something slippery? Hey, look! Sparking and a
Yeah, it's slippery. They're croissants! I didn't even notice that they were croissants!
I will say, the custom assets are beautiful, but we're here for more than just pretty looking things.
Oh god, right, those are all spikes. Why am I up on this side? Why am I on this side? Because the token's up here, that's why.
Wait a minute, I just realized. There's also a token on the upper half? Science. Yeah, sure enough! Oh, it's so thick! What do you mean there's another thing down here? You know, every time I hear Mega Man 11 music done in the old 8-bit style, it really emphasizes that the compositions are just fine. It's just the instrumentation in some of them that made them sound a little weak. Because the actual songs are still very good. Yeah, the background's the only main issue here. If the background was a bit more faded out, so it's easier to see everything else that's going on, and maybe a different color, then a lot of the clashing issues wouldn't be so problematic. Because everything else looks beautiful. Whoa. Whoa. It's invincible! That's not loud. Is that loud? I don't think that's loud.
Oh god! Alright!
It's really hard to parse those spikes.
Oh boy! I've crashed into enough spikes to get an unlock! Amazing! That's way too visually busy, but that's hilarious.
Well, I got the token, that's what matters. Yeah, not exactly the best background to actually use.
Oh no! The loafs! They're coming!
Wait a minute! Hey, how's it going, Pharaoh Man? It's like I know that jumping through a pattern. Oh no, the chocolate fountain slows me down! What the? You know, the sad part is, if it had just stopped right there, we'd been good! We'd been good, but it decided it wants to keep going, and that's where the problem begins. If it had just stopped,
We would have been good! But no!
it was the perfect length, it was a good difficulty.
Everything was all set! It just needed to not continue! And here we are!
Yeah, the second energy element is literally just going back through the stage again and magna beaming over to that one. If I had to take a wild guess. It hurts because, like, it had all the potential to be good. It just threw it away.
It threw it away by just not stopping! That's all it had to do was stop! Why? Why do you waste your potential so?
I missed a token. And I got checkpointed. Oh wait, no, that's it. Never mind, never mind. Dear God.
It's getting very bouncy!
There'll be a lot of spikes, chat. There'll be a lot of spikes. Hilariously, they're probably actually easier to see in this section because they don't have back borders traced around them. For knives or suit Sally? Well, I've gotten all of the things, so I guess I can go this way now. I saw how fast that bounced. It was trying to throw me up into the spikes very quickly. Hidden spikes behind there. Rude, rude, rude. I see spikes! How am I gonna pass? Can I slide under there? And there was one more. But hey, I hit the checkpoint, so it's all good. Hey, we take those! Yeah, that was really stupid. I don't really have much good to say about that particular one. Oh, it's the only enemy that's invulnerable for no reason. Little late with the careful there! Also, I couldn't see that spike at all this time! Also note how the goop is hurting me instead of just causing slipperiness now. Oh, it was too lows! Yeah, the bottom rack is supposed to be telling you which way they are, it's just, it goes so freaking slow! Hey, Saturn! How's your laptop doing? Ah, let's go get the other element! You need to win all out with this one. And the custom music and whatnot as well. They're fairly versatile things. Oops. Welcome back to Sweet Sally, I think. Spend some time in that cake. He just kind of, I mean, I guess he just goes back to the previous screen. Wait a minute. Oh, I've only got Magnet Beam and Rush Coil. You know, that's a perfectly good set of utilities. I couldn't have even used the bike for that last screen anyways, chat. Turns out the bike doesn't exist.
Pink Pepito is a figment of your imagination. Oh, hey, one of these. Oh no, a second one drops into the pit.
Oh, jeez, those do a lot of damage. At any rate, jeez, those do a lot of damage. Also, it's kind of insane to say, but this level uses Joes responsibly. There's only a few of them, and they're placed in situations where they're actually a good obstacle as opposed to just being annoying. Oh, is that one actually fake? I really am like, fan-frickin-tastic, so it's the entire stage twice!
Well, hey guys! Guess what? It's time for another. It's time for Make a Good Mega Man level, not levels! Whee! The real one's at the other boss that's on the split path that exists for there to be a split path with two bosses. Look, I get that you worked on it together with a friend, but that doesn't mean you both need to have your entire own level in the level. That means you're supposed to collaborate together to make a single good level, not two levels.
God, this particular jump's super annoying. Because you get the spikes right there, you have to land on that thin little spring. I get that we're in a gift shop, but this doesn't mean I'm looking for a buy one, get one half off sale. I mean, the word of most of these streams for the first few tiers is probably going to be restraint. As that is a very common issue in any sorts of these collaborations. Whether it be making a good Mega Man level or Doom,
Community projects or whatnot. Restraint is a strong word that needs to be listened to a little more often.
For some reason, I just don't even acknowledge those electricity bomb things. I just want to go over restraint without making a level boring. It's simple. Don't make it an hour long. Boom! Problem solved. You know how exhausting it is playing a 32 level project where most of the levels take an hour? Alright, now that we've replayed that entire portion, I can take the route down here to go get the second element. Knives. Oh, they explode! Fantastic! Of course they explode!
Why would they behave like the vanilla enemy?
Oh god! This is a predicament. I was supposed to bonk them from beneath, but I didn't, so now I have this. This is a lot to try to line up at once! Damn it! then we got Punk, sure.
I'm a lot less familiar with Punk, I must say.
So he's probably gonna kick my ass. Oh, I have a limited ceiling space because I can't jump back up through these. Yeah.
Dear God.
It's too tanky! If I try to get rid of it with the Buster, it just doesn't die, so it's super in the way. And of course it does massive damage! Well, the problem with custom weapons is, remember that they had to be added to a compilation afterwards. Every custom weapon would become more and more of a problem.
It's like Crash Bandicoot checkpoint?
Whoa!
Bandicoot?
You know, I'm getting really tired of having to type this. But it seems reading comprehension continues to be a very difficult struggle for a lot of people. To just make a good Mega Man level, not make a good Mega Man levels. Note the singular, not plural. I do not care if you worked together on this with a friend. The point. Yeah, Rico, how's it going? Of collaboration on something like this is not to make two separate levels and and combine them into one. It is to work together to create the best form of a singular level. Otherwise, you completely miss the point. What is especially sad is the level up until the Pharaoh Man fight was actually pretty fun and charming, and the split path was minor, though still annoying since both routes had a token. But then he decided, hey, let's take this level that is the perfect length with obstacles that get built upon and a nice finish and throw it out the window with little to no regard for any sort of restraint. This level would be objectively better if you axed the second portion entirely. It had a satisfying endpoint, and you went and messed it up! Restraint! I keep saying restraint! But it falls on deaf ears. Yes, the custom assets are very pretty, and I like them a lot. But that is not going to save the other issues. Also, the background really needed to be a more muted color and different from the rest of the assets, as it made it visually difficult to tell platforms. Sometimes it made the spikes nearly invisible. There is obvious talent here, but it needs refinement and restraint to make something truly great.
Yeah, this has been an angry day for the spreadsheet. It's been a very angry day. Because you get stuff that's either incredibly bad or stuff that's like, you had so much potential. Why did you waste it? How could you waste it so aggressively? "45 minutes to find them all. Ruin the flavor of the keys." Alright, let me actually give some numbers to this thing. I mean, it does have good setups. The idea is good. Like, I'm gonna give quite a few points for design, because, like, it's good there. And they do a lot of creative things with the bouncing platforms and the rising and lowering platforms. But here's the problem, and it's similar to the other judges. The fun goddamn tanks because of the second section. Taking a few points off of function because of how the aesthetics mess with the ability to actually platform properly. And the aesthetics, yeah, they'll get a good score, but it could have been better. Alright, let me do my mathematics again. 44.
Oh man, I really wanted to like this level. Same! Yeah, they definitely need somebody to help just restrain things.
Yo, Shinryu, welcome! Don't mind the noise, he's just doing as he does. You missed some fun levels earlier!
There's so much love poured in the concept, and everything just feels so lively here. And there's some really fun concepts too. The cake and pie platforms lend themselves to a lot of scenarios, and both Sweet's Alley and Bread and Butter add awesome twists to the previously introduced concepts. Combine that with some fun, challenging mid-bosses and a slightly modified Pharaoh Man for the Bakery Man fight, and this level would be pretty alright if they'd stopped there.
That's the problem! Unfortunately, this has the sphere case of no idea left behind,
which in practice doesn't work for one level. Rather than end at the Robot Master, Bakery Man drops you into the basement and delivers a stage
twice as long as necessary, complete with a metric ton of new assets plus an extra element.
There's still moments to praise here. The bouncy cakes are a fun new idea in a vacuum. The moving coats in Suits Alley make excellent coverage for obstacles, and the sheer amount of value Bread and Knives gets from the scrolling respawn is great. However, on top of everything else, the basement section is too much,
especially the second element.
If you're gonna have two elements in your stage,
split earlier, not later.
Later's a good way to make us dislike a level.
The Batman fight went pretty well.
I got him on the first go.
It was a bit disorienting, but we got him. We got him.
This would still be salvageable by itself. There's a ton of clever design. Checkpoints are abundant, and the charm design, not that it wouldn't get totally boring. Unfortunately, the level's idea of fair punishment seems to be copious amounts of death.
Death, death, more death! We got a sale on death, chat! It's everywhere! Cheap as can be, dirt low prices!
As such, the difficulty ramps up unreasonably fast, especially considering most of the utilities, aka the designer's safety nets for difficulty, are disabled. Even the aesthetic works against things. The brown outlining on the floors looks solid, which leads to an alarming amount of tripping into pits, and the spikes can be hard to see sometimes. High difficulty combined with unreasonable length is enough to drain basically all the fun from the level, and what remains is an absolute slog. But my primary solution for part of the level is to take advantage of the new suit's slime activating iframes to cheese my way past it all. There's a problem. It's a shame because there's plenty of brilliant ideas buried in here. Unfortunately, the level just didn't know when to stop, and the end result leaves a spoiled, moldy taste. If you're willing to beat it, thrash at meat mastering the place, there's still a fun level to be found, but otherwise,
oh boy!
I'd be dropping the difficulty a couple of notches before doing anything else with this. The big thing with this level is exactly what makes it towards the middle there.
If it stopped after the Pharaoh Man fight, it would be a good level. But since it didn't, it's a much worse level.
Deep down, this is a stage with a ton of potential. The overall idea and theming is definitely there, but sadly things start to fall apart when it comes to the actual level design. For one, the platforming here is way too punishing. Throughout nearly every segment of this stage, making even the tiniest mistake will often net you in its death. The timing and precision needed to get the third and fourth tokens without dying is a prime example of this. There's not so much a difficulty curve here as there is a difficulty wall that rarely lets up. Granted, there are a few sections that manage to set themselves apart, even with some tight jumps involved. For instance, the Bread and Knives path in the second half of the stage has a very strong emphasis on enemy and gimmick synergy. It gets taken a step further when you're forced to fight the same enemy, but at different angles, as you go through some of the room layouts. Unfortunately, for as enjoyable moments like that as there are, they're very few and far between in a stage that's already pushing it in terms of length. This level wouldn't be nearly as frustrating if it had ended after the first Bakery Man fight, right? Instead, it ends up being a slog to play through to full completion, on account of the 4 split paths and 2 energy elements. It's unfortunate considering there's obviously a lot of effort put into the visuals here. The The redesigns of vanilla assets are all really charming and fun to look at, especially the tone and escargot. Yes. Although I do question the sudden theme shift from baked goods to suits and business attire. In one of the later halves of the level, maybe there's a connection I'm not understanding here, but it definitely struck me as odd. That nitpick aside, the only other aesthetic-related thing I had a problem with was the spikes. Again, maybe it's just me, but I routinely smacked into them by accident on my first playthrough. It's not just you. Both Mick and I both had the same problem, Shinryu.
They basically blend in with the background.
The background does not have enough of a contrast from the foreground, so the spikes essentially just become invisible. As I didn't notice them until it was too late. I didn't have this issue on subsequent runs, and this was way after my first time playing the level, so I'm fully willing to admit this is probably just a me problem at the time. Nah, it's just a contrast problem. By the way, I like the stage being a bit on the disappointed side. Like I said, there's a good level concept in here, but it's marred by overwhelming platforming segments along with being too lengthy. I'm sure this would turn out great with a bit more polish, though. Yeah, it's one of those things. There's obvious talent and potential here. It's just... Two people worked on it, and two people felt the need to make two stages. Don't be fooled by the sweetness. Oh, Patchy looks displeased. This level has a cute aesthetic, and that's the only good thing I can say about this level.
Oh boy, when Patchy's mad, here we go.
In fact, I think the aesthetics kind of hinder the level design quite a bit, with so many animated elements that I think can be very distracting, while also sacrificing immediate readability because the elements no longer look like their original counterparts. The falling and rising concrete man platforms are the biggest offenders in this regard. The spikes also look a lot more like stage decorations than something dangerous. Yep, Patchy agreed with you too, Shinryu.
It seems to be a universal experience.
Of all the elements, spikes are the last thing you want to design the appearance to be more soft-looking. There are also multiple split paths, each containing its own set of elements and gimmicks to deal with. It really made the stage feel unfocused, with not much breathing room for the players to adapt to the constantly changing environment. Another big flaw of this stage is everything is very unforgiving. Most sections are filled with instant death via pits, spikes, or platforms crushing you. To make matters worse, there's a very timing-precise jump you have to do each time you respawn in one part, making each reattempt feel tedious. Finally, that spike trap. You know what I'm talking about. Hidden away with minimal warning at the end of a tough section. I know what she's talking about. No, I don't care that there's a hint at the bottom, which, mind you, I didn't even notice during my first playthrough. I used Ice Wall to find my way instead. The problem is that there was no indication beforehand that you'd completely hide away to anything in the coats, since up to this point there was always at least some part of the instructed item poking out. And the trap was put literally just before the boss corridor, after a really mean section that requires a few near-perfect timing jumps. That is just incredibly bad design. There's no sugarcoating this one.
I get it.
And then the bosses are just powered-up versions of their original engine counterparts with extra attacks and arenas that actively hinder you. They all do brutal damage, so it's a perfect gatekeeper for any exhausted player who made it this far after playing through those atrocious sections. It is an extremely unfun stage.
Damn!
That might be the harshest we've seen her yet. Recipe from Bakery Man. In a 20x9 grid, assemble 75 screens, roughly 2.5 levels, into a comfortable, alternating pattern of linear and divided paths with checkpoints at regular intervals. Decorate with fun, colorful graphics and helpful signage. Blend spikes into the background so they're hard to notice.
Everybody has an issue with them.
Optionally outline solid objects with a border that interferes with the player's ability to judge distance when jumping. Let your creativity run wild and redesign as many dev kit assets as possible to fit the theme. Toasters, cake frosting, rolling pins, croissants, secret cupcakes, and a donut snail are especially delightful. If your confection begins to look like a power plant or laundromat, it's time to stop. Run out a focus challenge arc for each area. Shake the learning curve to appear inviting to newcomers, then smear it around with new concepts and combinations that demand immediate adaptation. Some options include a confusingly rapid succession of cakes and pies, a cumbersome chocolate fountain that looks like background decoration, and being unexpectedly impaled on a suit jacket. A light sprinkling of precise challenges is optional, but feel free to dump on an entire container if you're only making this for yourself. Note that large amounts of instant death should be offset by rush spike and rush jet. Otherwise, a skip teleporter may form. To finish, add peppy music. One main tune is fine, but changing to a second tune after a fake ending may add more flavor. Garnish with charmingly quirky humor. Serve immediately without getting other people to taste it first. Tasters always complain about excessive load times, unsafe screen transitions, inconsistently labeled bottomless pits, boss projectiles that don't disappear with the boss, and pie that disappears if you leave the screen and come back. Make 2 servings, but you'll probably only want 1. Beautiful. Absolutely amazing. After my first playthrough, getting the element on the upper path, for a while on my comment document, on the notes for this stage, the notes that get expanded to full comments were simply 3 choice words.
Blank this level! Oh shit! Alright, here we go!
Replace the word blank so whatever comes to mind after playing this level, I'm sure you'll find it!
Oh no!
Even the positives are here outweighed by negatives attached to what I actually did like here. The theme is cute, all the rethemed enemies are cute, this level should be really adorable and the aesthetic shouldn't be a hit, but at a certain point everything blends in together, and I find I can't tell what is and isn't a spike!
All 5 of you! All 5! Wonderful!
The difference between enemy and gimmick variants is way too subtle to tell apart, as you're being pelted by cake or whatever the fudge that final upper path is throwing at you. The spikes are really hard to see, the background has detailing that tricks the eye into what is and isn't solid ground, and the flashing neon graphics designed to paper over what a visual mess it is to navigate just blend in and become hard to notice. Also, did I mention spikes? Spikes should
Really stick out more to not go around the wrecking.
I like how this stage looks, and even that part has severe problems. I had more or less given up on this stage getting a good score as I lost a lot of goodwill by the end of the approach to Bakery Man himself. But I figured, no, okay, this just has one absurdly hard couple of rooms that are too tight and pixel perfect for its own good. I think the rest of the level held up okay, even if it did get a tad difficult. Bakery Man was an okay rehash of Pharaoh. Damn, Ace was finding it hard before even getting to the Pharaoh Man room. Oh boy. And then the level continued. And it's all the same. Yes, the gimmicks are different, but at its core, the stage is all the same. Every path! Jumps are tight combined with hitbox dissonance and visual clutter. Enemies constantly pelting you from off screen as you try to navigate around moving solid platforms that inexplicably crush you despite very much not looking so. Checkpoints that are so instant death heavy that the short length between the two of them takes a lot longer to navigate back to the instant death hazard you died at. Enemies that I normally use sparingly due to damage output end up splattered about the place. Not the health bar. Not that the health bar is even relevant in this level, given the sheer one-hit death nature of it all. This applies to every path. I normally replay these stages a fair bit, make sure I catch everything I need to say. I could give this entire comment a Jasper treatment if I really wanted to. But let's be honest here, its issues keep cropping up repeatedly, just in new and subtle ways. Yeah, I ain't replaying this again. Both elements were enough. Once were enough. I'll give it to Flashman, but I mean, I understand Ace's vitriol on this one. Nah, Ace has had lower than 29, and I don't stop coming to this. This is indeed 128. I see Turbo Head down there. Mega Man Dave! That's more like the username than the level name, but alright. Prince Myriad. What's the username like that worry me? Surely we're not gonna have yet another skip teleporter! Okay. Okay, we actually have no skip teleporter for once. I mean, this looks like a bottomless pit to me, but
We keep on getting like Mew and me and meme. People really like spelling things out with the tanks.
laser trident, my beloved! You know what? I hadn't used magnetic shockwave all day today.
How's this gonna work?
Oh. Look, it's the noise. He does what he wants. Neo made this. Friend of the channel, Neo Game Watch. There he is. Does the vast majority of the stream's art assets as well.
Tiniest magnetic shockwave in honor of Marvel.
I screwed up the jump.
Oh, no checkpoints yet, huh? After too many bosses? All right, if you insist.
Yeah, same person that made Idol Woman and Ghost Woman. So, you know,
Their assets are in the game.
you know, let's try Spark Chaser. Oh, Spark Chaser, you silly thing.
Can I just?
Yeah, I can just leave. I see how this is supposed to go. Yeah, it's okay. I didn't actually play the Zulu Man anyways, so I don't really have any super attachment to it. That's a...
Okay, sure. Ow, what the?
It doesn't loop properly! I heard that harsh skip!
There's even an audio pop in there. Ooh, ooh, that's a bad loop.
Yeah! Everybody remembers the old jump, jump, slide, slide. I don't really have issues with that stage anymore, but on a first playthrough, it's
Definitely something.
I mean, getting a song to loop properly and all the audio quality stuff, it's a learning process. It takes time. Ah! I guess the, like, missing tiles is supposed to be the hint here. All the sound effects sound right, completely right, Volume, yeah? Ken, it's a great place!
Why did Mr. Man have to be so high up? Hey, welcome to Canada, Dr. Riley. Get the fuck out. Burger time! Saturn again, huh? Alright. Primo bird! I don't want to be in Mexico this time of year. It's probably brutally hot. I'm good on that one. Oh dear God. I mean, this works fine with some waiting, and that one wasn't too bad. I should probably grab that key. Hey, Dustman, how's it going? Hey, Darkman, I got a message for you. Is that it? Is that it? All right. Sorry, after the last few levels, I was expecting something more. I'm genuinely relieved that was it. Like, after the last several levels where restraint was a major issue, I'm genuinely glad that was it. Alright, let's see. Design! So right, use a few gimmicks here and there that actually were kind of used together in different ways. It didn't really have a whole lot of gimmicks, honestly, mostly just the lowering and raising nail platform things and some hooker blocks. It's alright. Creativity, it's okay. Neat idea of trying to combine a bunch of boss attacks together, but programming stuff like that is hard. Fun? No. I've certainly had a worse time today. Function, everything seemed to be working just fine. I just had to dock a couple of points for more music-related issues and whatnot. And aesthetics, this is where it's getting kind of hit a bit. It was mostly just blue with weird tiling and other such issues, so... Alright, what we got? Here I am doing my mathematics again. It keeps happening. 39!
the level name, and the opening premise. I expected to have a bad time with this one. But this ended up being a case of not judging the book by its cover. While the stage is certainly not a looker, and it only uses a few gimmicks here and there without really working them together or in more setups than one or two types. The stage itself is perfectly inoffensive. The aesthetics were definitely not a highlight, as everything was very blue with lots of weird tiling that just looked messy. Custom boss was, well, with the build-up of the token areas, very underwhelming. Honestly, though, I will take a custom boss that is very easy over a custom boss that is absurd. And a decent time.
Neil, I glanced over from writing that, and yours is the first message I saw.
Alright, let's see what we got. Okay, we're back to more normal patchy scores now. I mean, yeah, the boss was bad, but like I said, I'd rather handle a very easy, very primitive custom boss than yet another overblown custom boss that does too much damage with a million attacks that you can barely tell what's happening.
It's all, you know, perspective. Everything is relative.
Well, it certainly has an unorthodox crowd. The majority of these enemies are distinct from the usual suspects, being primarily drillins and Elickets, with the odd Bolton and Dutton being the only regular face. Unfortunately, the only real praise I can give this is for the unique enemies. Well, then the level is rarely outright unfair, even with some less than safe introductions like the Count Bomb Room. This is a fine set of building blocks, but the execution feels uninspired. The only real interesting moments are a few drillins or the Count Bomb Room, and the only frustrating moment was the introduction of invisible blocks. I thought the level was broken when I ran into those, and I can't say I was impressed when the realization hit. Otherwise, everything's just there. The level doesn't do much of anything, even though it has a fair number of gimmicks, and the weirdly relaxing atmosphere only manages to feel boring. But some of the graphics are obvious placeholders doesn't exactly help that issue. Of particular note are the bosses. There are 4 fights here, and all of them are pushovers. Skullwalker's attacks are a complete non-threat, but he's isolated on an island. The move hover deflects the med cannon's shots, meaning it can't hurt you, and Dev Brawler's build-up just stands there and shoots you. Most of his attacks are dodged by just jumping and shooting near the boss door, so he can barely hurt you. Frankly, it's a big letdown, and while it wasn't terrible to play, I can't say I enjoyed it in the end. Yeah, it's just it's alright. I wasn't really sure what to expect when I first saw the name of this level, but the end result was more than a little messy, to put it mildly. The level design here is very odd, and not in a good, quirky kind of way. There's several questionable things in the stage, most of which stem from room layouts. A good chunk of them pose almost no threat at all, such as the room with a single press-in that you don't even need to fight to progress. Immediately after that room, however, you're put into a think-fast situation where you're suddenly standing on top of count bombs. This is also the first and only time the count bombs show up in this stage, for that matter. While the level's other gimmicks do get used more than once, they're used only in the most basic of ways. The Oka blocks are a slight exception to this, since they show up as brief tells for the invisible maze section. Oh, you can just step on them! Oh, okay, I thought I actually had to wait.
What do you mean what do you mean that you didn't have to run from ladder to ladder and stay on the ladders? What? What do you mean it was even easier than I expected? That
could have been interesting if there was more to it and if it had a better introduction. Although I did figure out pretty quickly that you need to slide to get into that screen. It's still a case of bad conveyance. Lastly, we have the matter of the end boss. For as much as he's built up throughout those text boxes, he's not really all that threatening. Standing on the far left of the room more or less ensures you'll never be hit by his junk block attack, and you'll have more than enough time to react to his other projectiles. His shield of Saturn rings actually make him easier, seeing as they can drop items, like large health pickups and extra lives. I can't help but wonder whether or not he was supposed to move at all, since that might have actually made him at least a little more challenging. Either way, he's a pretty big anticlimax for a stage that unfortunately doesn't have much to it. I am blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-da-ba-dee-da-ba. Well, right off the bat, I can't say I really agree with the aesthetic choice here. Bright blue background on bright blue tile set can be quite a bit jarring to look at. It also makes it hard to distinguish the actual geometry. Then we have those obviously placeholder textures for the top solids. Is the joke supposed to be that this stage takes place in a blueprint, hence dev as in development? There are also some mismatched collision placements in the room with the first skull mini-boss, which makes the stage theme amateurish in terms of polish for sure. The stage itself doesn't have much going on in it, especially a not-so-mini gauntlet of mini-bosses. You find in the dev kit, sprinkle in some intermission giving platforms of the day in between, and boom, you have a mediocre stage. Kinda annoying that you have to fight the skull mini-boss each time after responding to the checkpoint. There's a maze of invisible blocks, so gosh, it does occasionally reveal the block placements in the form of yoke blocks, but still, I can't imagine such a concept where it'd ever be remotely fun in any situation.
If only the blocks didn't exist when the yoke blocks went away, it'd actually be kind of a neat gimmick to have to, like, speedily go through the yoke blocks while they appear. But it turns out they're just invisible, chat. They're just invisible. You can always step there.
Floor to the secret token that is invisible is a weird choice. It also got me killed the first playthrough because Rush Jet collided with the invisible block that I couldn't quite see. The boss, development man, I guess, if we go by the stage name, he's just standing there, menacingly. His movement module seems to be in development still, if one were to guess. Also, he's literally throwing random BS at you. That's pretty silly. I'm on board with the premise of finally assembling the components for a super mashup robot. Unfortunately, this level squanders that premise. Let's talk storytelling. The text boxes paint a confusing picture of the narrative, and it wasn't until fighting the boss that I had any idea of what was going on. To finally go back in time, it would have helped to explain exactly what preservation technology does to find dev somewhere, and move all the text boxes out of missable secret rooms. Moreover, the aesthetics and gameplay should sync up with the story, although the music is a good fit, but it needed better looping. And the graphics, especially the flagrant placeholder ones, don't really feel connected at all. A mashup of hazards from Bomb Man, Dustman, Saturn, etc. would have made more sense than a seemingly random and unfocused assortment of death traps. I'll give you credit for the drill-in sections, and the one area where move uppers are used to cross a large gap. Those are effective! I really like the concept of the yoke maze. I think Flashband didn't realize you could step on them either. Power-ups are doled out at a decent pace, and most challenges are innocuous enough that I can live with this skewed checkpoint placement. There are good points, but there are also many more problems. Inconsistent labeling of pits and transitions, inexplicably invisible collision objects, inadequate challenge introductions, count bombs, dies in a panic. Unsafe screen transitions, duplicate checkpoint objects, flatter reverse difficulty curves, ladder jumping keeps getting easier. The unnecessary key door, just move that screen's entrance to where the key is located. The questionable boss programming, Saturn rings don't do damage. I'm only scratching the surface. More than anything though, I'm scratching my head. This level leaves me highly confused. The story, aesthetics, and gameplay all seem to be going in different directions, and I'm unsure whether any of these elements has a destination in mind. I think it's obvious that there was effort put into this level, but even an initial playthrough makes it obvious this level was not tested. It looks to me like you designed the level thinking objects did something different to what you expected. The MAGMML community is very open, and most people participating in the competition would have been willing to look through your level and give advice. Hopefully you'll participate in the future, as the ideas of the level do show promise. The level has an overabundance of gimmicks, almost all of which are introduced in a dangerous setting, usually with fatal consequences if the player does not recognize them quickly. There's normally never a follow-up to the gimmicks, and on occasion they behaved inconsistently. For example, the Yoku blocks act like an entirely different gimmick in the maze room. Mega Man levels use a few gimmicks and try to use them in original ways once introduced. There were a couple of places in the level where the objects placed did not work as intended. Did you know that napalm fire can be removed with weapons? Dustman blocks can also be destroyed, where they appear you can fall through the floor to a previous room. I'm also not sure if the mini-boss worked as intended, as they were completely non-threatening due to their placement. The second Nakumo seemed to be stuck in the middle of the room because of broken collision. The level looked fairly nice, and I really enjoyed how atmospheric it was, but the level overall was hindered by most of the background and foreground being the same shade of blue! Certain enemies also blended into the background almost perfectly, such as the Bolton. These particular enemies are often unexpectedly hit the player out of nowhere due to the positioning and crowded room layouts. I like the idea behind the boss, but much like the mini-bosses throughout the level, it does not move, so it hardly ever threatens the player. Realistically, only 2 of the attacks had any chance of hurting you, and one of those is because it blended into the black background. Your boss was certainly better than nothing, but you should plan to add movement to future Robot Masters. They're gonna go with Make this time. Alright, I need to fix the text in this second spreadsheet. These levels almost feel like they're taking longer. Yo, Turbo Man, what's up? Oh, the noise! Finally, I get to see the person I am actually rooting for. Feels like I've only been seeing that idiot Presto running around these goblins and showing off. The ridiculous attitude annoys me to no end. No respect for the sport. I wish I could just ram straight into them.
Actually has respect, huh? You know, I could flip him off, but I'm not gonna.
Mint Candy Matrix. By Sir Sins. Let's go! My god! Actually, before I do this... Yes! More weapon energy! More! More! I need more power! Chillman's theme makes a return. So we have Sheepman aesthetics and platforms, but Chillman's music? But why? I'm dead.
Woo! Oh, our utilities are gone again, by the way. It happened again. No utilities! All I have is magnetic shockwave! Oh, hey, that's convenient. I have literally the one weapon that's best for this situation.
I reiterate,
Why did they use Chillman's music instead of Sheepman's? The entire stage is Sheepman. How did I not die there? I mean, we take those.
oh, and it doesn't move properly, of course. And I had to just guess that that was a screen transition right then.
Well, shit.
Those can crush you, apparently. Aren't Joe's fun, chat? You better be weak to magnetic shockwave, I swear to heck. Nope, alright. I actually gotta bust him. Good old quick man. Man, it's been a while since we've just had a quick, simple stage, huh?
It feels like it's been 100 years. Well, yeah, that's a simple level that existed.
Let me hand out some points for this thing. I can definitely see the low creativity score. It was literally the same obstacle over and over again. Move on, it was alright. Function, everything seemed to work just fine. Maybe like, I'm talking like a couple of points. One for the, not being too clear, you can get crushed, and one for the music looping issues, because of course. And aesthetic, it's just Sheepman stage, this aesthetics. Nothing too crazy there. Alright, what we got here? 33. Ah, the occasional short stage that does not really have a lot going on that is completely inoffensive. It's really nice to encounter every now and then throughout this gauntlet. The stage does not do a lot. It is just the Sheepman, platforms, and Sniper Joes. For the most part. Most of your weapons are removed arbitrarily, as well as all of the utilities. Weird decision. Don't know why you bothered, but hey. The stage is easy enough anyways. just not a lot to say. It was perfectly serviceable. This level has nothing to do with mint or candy, though I suppose it's minty green. As a whole, this level is alright, at least when it comes to gimmick execution. It covers the basics that you'd want to hit, introducing sheet blocks and concrete platforms and steadily ramping them up to become more difficult. It's short and efficient, which isn't the worst thing to be. The setups even managed to feel creative, certainly. I haven't seen them combined in the same ways this place does. Yeah. Unfortunately, the enemy design is kind of a mess. I remember a large variety, all of which are used once or twice with a little fanfare. Big Stinky has some fanfare, at least, though the first encounter being a bit the more complicated one is a bit backwards. Sniper Joe is also an exception, but he's really easy to take out from afar, even with basically every weapon disabled but mag shot, which makes me wonder why this bothered disabling things. Yeah. And the final spike ceiling is easily ignored, combined with tiles that don't animate and music that doesn't loop properly, and the rest of the level is on the mediocre end. Respectable gimmick design, but this needs work on the rest. Also, maybe being a little longer wouldn't hurt.
It's one of the few times where I hear that comment and it's like, you know what? Yeah, only a little bit though, but it's the first time we've had a short level in quite some time.
Well, first off, why is every weapon locked down except for magnetic shockwave? I personally can't think of any good reason for this, since there's nothing in this level that seems to warrant it. Aside from that, this is an incredibly short stage with very little going on. The only notable things here include a think fast moment with a concrete man platform, which will dump you into some spikes if you don't react quick enough, and the final section of the level, which has some tightly timed platforming involving those sheet man blocks. The idea of making you jump to the next screen transition once the blocks disappear is certainly different, but it's not exactly practical or much fun either. Yo, Tope, thank you for the 46 months! You can jump and spin it a little bit more for us today as we're going on through these here reviews once more. Really, that's about all there is to this stage. It definitely could have benefited from being a lot longer and having more involved challenges than that much is certain. It was a stage that existed. Will you take the blue mint or the red mint, Patchy? No!
No, Patchy! Bad!
I guess it's because of the Matrix look and design of Sheep Man stage. It's a decent little level, even though it has that somewhat unpolished feeling, as evidenced by the Sheep Man tile set not animating, music not looping properly, one of the checkpoint respawns putting the player in midair, etc. I do like how the stage utilizes the Sheep Man block gimmick in various ways, definitely the strong point of the level. Also neat when it starts interacting with the up and down platforms, though it does get a bit repetitive towards the end, where you just wait for the wall to disappear and jump at the right moment to the next near-identical obstacle. Quick glance of my way to sum up this level. I've got this quick little stage. Yeah! I can kind of see how certain foreground tiles might be casually described as mint candy. Sheep Man graphics, if they were animated, could be reminiscent of the film The Matrix. The title partially makes sense, the gameplay does not. Disappearing blocks and rising falling platforms are essential gimmicks. The combination is different enough, but not terribly interesting or effective. All the most overused enemies of the franchise make a cameo, serving up stale challenges that merely look unique because there's a gimmick nearby, which has no bearing on the combat unless the player makes truly poor survival decisions. Other assets include Quick Man and a stray spring show up, just long enough to make me wonder why they're there. The difficulty stems mainly from dying suddenly after entering a new screen due to either having no time to react to an immediate hazard, mistaking a pit for a screen transition, or entering at a perfectly valid angle that leads directly into a wall or pit. Inexplicably, every special weapon is absent except Magnetic Shockwave, which, for all the good it does outside the mini-boss fights, might as well have been disabled too. Does Flashman's face ever change? I don't think we've actually seen a different Flashman graphic, no. I guess it just wanted to keep things default Flashman. Despite lacking a bit of finesse in the implementation, appropriate checkpoints and sufficiently frequent power-ups keep this length-conscious, oddly scrolling averse level moving. The music is inoffensive, though improperly looped and seemingly out of place. Nicely patterned backgrounds add some personality to the aesthetics. I like racing across alternating rising falling platforms to grab a perilous power-up. That's the kind of meaningful complexity this level needs. Getting the jump timing right on a series of disappearing wall floor combos is decently satisfying. Fighting a Joe with spikes overhead would have been great if the spikes actually posed a threat. The final stretch is not without its hiccups, but it starts to tell a story that I wish the rest of the level were part of. Another example of adding Sniper Joes to a stage and making it significantly worse!
When will people learn?
I know that there are only 3 of them, but
They're so horrendously out of place, it brings the whole level down. Man, Ace Parker really hates waiting. Like, I don't like waiting either, but goddamn.
they completely break any flow that the player gets into, waste the player's time, and aren't remotely challenging. The cheeky one on top of the checkpoint is not appreciated either. Aside from that, the stage varies wildly in quality, with some very interesting challenges, but some very frustrating duds. The stage comes alive whenever the Sheepman blocks are utilized, with every instance being a new challenge. This works especially well during the final stretch when combined with the Concrete Man platforms, which offers a novel timing challenge that doesn't overstay its welcome. On the other hand, the enemies of the level were almost entirely irrelevant and often just detracted from the stage. The one major exception is the first big Stinky, which is neat if out of place. Take on the mini-boss. This is then let down by the second big Stanky being worse in just about every way. Quick Man was a net negative to the level, especially as you did not have any weapons that were effective. Ditto with the Joes. You know, I'm starting to think that Ace Park just doesn't like Mega Man 2, which is perfectly fair. Graphically, the level ended up being quite dull, as it lacked the animation the original Sheepman stage had, robbing your level of life and any cohesion. I didn't think the music fit particularly well, but I admit that I may have a bias there, as I know it's from an ice level, so the score is not suffered here. I'd go with Make once more. Double the Make, double the fun. Make! Yeah, Quick Man's not exactly a particularly fun robot master. Wow, we actually do have gravity in here. I wonder, can I do some shenanigans? Ah, it doesn't look like it. No, I just fall straight through. Darn. It's one of those kiddie rides. Hop on, it costs 28 volts.
Look at the little gremlin up there. He's having the time of his life. The old sausage platform. Oh no, we've acquired a pony.
The horse has been acquired. You know, before I do the last stage for the day.
I'll be right back. Let's go see how jarring this looks. This is not the first time I've seen a horse shoved into a bipedal hitbox. To say the least.
Well, I should probably buy the other ones that I haven't gotten yet as well. Mega Pony.
Oh god! Yeah, the hitbox is probably all over the place on this one. How soon do you fall off the platform? A fair bit earlier. Because here's the thing, the hitbox doesn't change depending on which particular costume you're using. So, It causes issues when you go from a biped to a quadruped.
Get rid of the rushes.
Oh no! Okay, yeah, it actually is just straight up friendship is magic. I see. Oh god, no! Get me out of here!
You gotta believe.
Get him out of here! Spring man. They call this a toy shop, Mars. We need to work on your definition of toys. Fish. Froggy gravity. Alrighty. What exactly makes gravity froggy? I mean, frogs jump high, so that would insinuate low gravity. Oh, 2 1s in the fun department. Alright, here we go! Last level for the...
Why is it 5 more tokens? Alright, here we go. Oh, hi, Skip! Teleporter, it's been like 2 minutes. Oh, of course, this one right at the start. Alright.
Wait, but that's not solid. Bit of a meme?
Is the nightmare illusions literally just the fact that there's foreground objects? Is that it? Is that all we got?
Yeah, bless the compass. What's this?
Alright, we have count bombs that don't have timers. Interesting.
And I just got saved by the reduced knockback power-up right there. Yep, all the tokens are hidden, huh? They're at least in quick succession. Oh, that's a count platform. Oh no! Damn, I had a really good streak going on for that first attempt of that section, too. think for this one.
That's very appropriate when just flying over things. Green screen effects, yeah, okay.
Wait, doesn't this go up? That would just be instant death, so if I want this E-Tank, I'd have to actually... Well... Magnum is pretty much required there. It's the dogs!
Damn it. Yeah, Neo made us a noise skin. It's beautiful.
The noise. Whew, I almost didn't do that jump properly. Number two! Number two! Oh, I despawned the enemy. Nice.
Oh no! Damn it! The gravity slips are actually, you know, pretty well placed.
It's just gonna take me a minute to get used to them. There we go.
As soon as you touch the bar, you flip.
Yeah, custom skin. Courtesy of Neo. Feel like it does pretty much all the art assets for the stream. What? Baseball. Curse you, baseball. Okay, apparently enemies can have a key. Well, at least there's a checkpoint right there. So how am I gonna flip back the other way, anyways? Do I have to, like, go to the next screen and then come back? Okay, I'm in a bit of a conundrum here. Let's right, I had the retry button. Can I summon? Rush up the ceiling! Yes! Oh god, you press up to go down! You press up to go down!
Good enough!
Okay, it looks like I'm supposed to go this way? Bro! First things first, get out of here, you. Damn, alright, sure. Well, obviously Icefall's gonna be affected by
Gravity, so that's not gonna do anything.
No!
God damn it.
Oh, should have expected the additional enemies. There's a lot of stuff going on these screens. Alright, that one lasts a lot longer. Not that you can tell. Oh dear God!
This is getting ridiculous.
Yo, Guido, how's it going? Wait, that's not another flip! I saw the platform down there. I was expecting it to flip again, but it doesn't. It feels like that one should be a little bit longer, but it's not. Ah! This really feels like your average Mega Man 5 ROM hack. Extreme overuse of the gravity gimmick. Hurry up! But I did. Alright, did they do anything at all to Toad Man to make him less depressing? Ah, both bosses at the same time, I see! Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that gonna make it near impossible to actually stop Toad Man from using his attack occasionally? Yeah, it's one of those things, it's a neat use of Toad Man, but since you're constantly flipping up and down, there can be situations where, with the Buster, he's probably gonna hit ya. It's a neat idea! At the very least. It was alright. That last count bomb flippy section was a little bit ridiculous, but other than that... Alright, what we got here? Design, I mean, it's kind of primitive overall. I guess I'll give it a few points, though. Creativity, I mean, it had two whole gimmicks and it mixed them decently well. Could do a lot better, though.
Fun. This is where things suffer a bit. It was okay at best.
Function, the weird foregrounds, things that are solid but they're not solid, but yeah. Not the best on that one. The aesthetics are mostly just Tentor Man stage, but a little bit worse because of the weird cutoffness of those green screens. Let me total this up real quick. I'm pressing up here to shut Springman up.
Springman, I'm trying to think.
34. Yeah, still better than House of Fun. Not that that's difficult.
Yeah, Nightmare Illusions.
Oh. Bit of a strange level, this one. It tries to do some fairly ambitious things. With existing assets and dev kit stuff, but it gets a little visually confusing at times as a result. The count bombs with no number displaying are cute at first, but definitely overstay their welcome. The last count bomb section in particular, has a lot of cases where the bombs explode much sooner than one would expect, based on the obstacles being thrown at you. Also hiding, like, all the tokens with the
Nightmare Illusions.
You know what, I'm putting 2 sets of quotation marks around that. It's a little silly. The Toad Man and Gravity Man combo fight. Yeah, I can see this working, but with Gravity Man flipping you around, it can be very easy be put into a situation where you cannot stop Toad Man from using Rain Flush. With a bit of tweaking, this probably would have worked a little better. Props for trying to make
Toad Man a threat, though. Poor guy.
Alright, the skip zone. I I can definitely see how it was warranted. That gets a little bit ridiculous at the end, so it's probably gonna be Fragile Man if I had to guess. Yeah, there he is. See that loot to the left? The judges decided this level should be skippable because it's unusually difficult. Its unique count bomb gimmick isn't really introduced as well as it could be either. I didn't know what was going on until it was too late. Now there's a reason why I'm behind here. It's not pretty. You think it should be hiding in there? You know what? Probably. Are they just hiding back here?
Nope, just a slowly emerging finger. Apparently they're not here. Surprising!
I didn't expect to find a level whose concept I fundamentally despised, and yet here we are! The basic idea of this level is taking fairly normal level designs and then removing or covering up a bunch of visual information to make it needlessly obtuse! For the most part, this is just bothersome. The green gravity indicators have enough contextual information that you can figure them out, ultimately making the cover-up pointless. And all the green screens really do is cover up enemies and tokens, the latter of which is thwarted by MAGMML's map upgrade, which could have been prepared for since MAGMML2 had it. However, the count bombs are another matter entirely. The thing about count bombs is that their core concept is the countdown to explosion. You can see how long you have until 0, giving the player an obvious time frame that they can use to their advantage. This kind of tries to give you that info still, namely by giving you a sequence of bombs with the timers visible and then expecting you to remember that exact sequence of numbers for all the unmarked bombs in practice. In practice, this is so obtuse that I didn't find out how it worked until literally years after I'd first played this. Damn! You got a precious little way of knowing if the bomb you just touched will explode in 9 or 0. Or anywhere in between, unless you have 3 sequences memorized. If it's exploding in 0, you better have split-second reaction time, because otherwise you're dead! This is especially bad since we're asked to fight on those bombs, which is a lot to ask on top of memorizing the bomb numbers beforehand, if you even realized you needed to do that, and keeping track of the beeps, especially since the entrance to the star token challenge is right in the middle of a number/blank sequence, so it's painfully easy to forget that number set. Informed choices are an important part of fair difficulty, and that comes from consistency and proper telegraphing. The countless bombs have some of the worst telegraphing I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of bad tells. End result? This whole thing ends up smacking of fake difficulty. As a result, this is not entertaining. When the entire level is filled with fake difficulty, intended or otherwise, as a designer, it's hard for me to enjoy myself. There's effort put into this, yes, and the boss fight at the end was both cathartic and honestly one of the better Double Robot Masters I've seen. It's true. Otherwise, I don't want to play this again. I didn't enjoy this, and y'all are lucky to have the upgrades we're providing in the main game.
They definitely saved me a couple of times.
Alright, I can understand wanting to make something that's geared more towards the challenging side of things. However, there's a very fine line between something that's challenging but fair and something that's challenging simply for the sake of it. This level feels like it's firmly planted in the latter category. Things don't start off too bad, though. The obscuring green skin panels are introduced well, and the enemy placement is very manageable, although the shield attacker definitely could have done with a better introduction. Once you get past the first checkpoint, however, things start to go downhill rapidly. Yeah, I know you guys wouldn't have had any of the upgrades. It wouldn't be fair to judge them with the upgrades on. Nearly every segment of the level from this point forward is directly over a bit, with the primary focus being jumps across count bombs. That in itself wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the enemy placement. A large number of them, especially the Pukapellis and Croakers, are set up to blindside the player. You're almost guaranteed to die anytime you get hit by them, as well, given how small most of the platforms are. I mean, yeah, in Also, they'd be expected to play with the Buster as much as possible to see how that goes. Thus, the multiple playthroughs you usually end up having to do for the stages.
It's a rough job, and when you're doing nearly 200 entries, it's a long job.
All this makes for a very frustrating session of trial and error, which really isn't helped by the fact that some of the timers on the count bombs are either obscured or just flat out don't exist. I guess it can be argued that not being able to see the timer for these adds tension to the platforming segments, and while I can definitely see it, I don't play Mega Man to be stressed out. Unfortunately, stress and frustration are more of what the invisible timer segments have to bring to the table. The double boss fight against Gravity Man and Toad Man at the end doesn't make up for the previous faults of the stage either. At best, it's an annoying fight that takes a while if you're doing it Buster only, or you can just breeze through with it with Spark Chaser like a sensible person.
I'm sensible! It's me! I'm a sensible person.
Overall, though, it's still one of the lesser evils the level has to offer. The frog is coming. Obstruction gimmicks, huh? That's a risky thing to design your stage around because they can easily lead to some unfair situations. While unique, I feel this stage would have been better off without them. They often don't add to the level design, and when the foreground obstruction is used, you could easily replace it with a background indicator for when gravity gets flipped. Naturally, you're gonna hide the tokens in some of these foreground walls, right? It could have been way worse, I guess, but I do also notice the tendency of the stage to throw in fast airborne enemies or homing projectiles in your face as you traverse through bottomless pits. Without fail, you can bet that you're gonna get knocked off at least once by each of the pests around. It's true. That one token room pretty much requires you to use Magna Beam. It does. Even said so in the text box, so why the extra hassle of trying to make it seem traversable without it? It just seems like the room was never completely fleshed out, so the decided solution is forced weapon usage. Not the most elegant solution. Interesting Gravity/Toad Man duo boss, I guess. Actually, the battle typically goes like, focus on Toad Man first, then deal with Gravity Man when he's alone, so in reality it's more of an extended Gravity Man fight. Also, what extra tile of Toad Man's chamber gets cut off after winning the battle? I mean, there's a reason for that, Patchy. I actually know why that happens. Because if you do kill Toad Man second, he's gonna drop the energy element, right? So you cut off the tile so you can jump up to go pick it up if Toad Man's the one that dropped the energy element. That's why that happens. That's intentional. There are signs everywhere that this level is trying to be good, but I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't give it a fine score of 5.
Damn.
The graphics and architecture make for an inoffensive visual experience, and it's generally clear which way to go and what's a bottomless pit. The music fits the premise, if not the overall feel of each section. On a technical level, everything is in good order except for some problematic screen transitions and a health bar that sometimes flickers, presumably due to green screens being the same depth. The challenge progression feels deliberate, yet it seldom takes into account what the player has actually learned at any given point. The random key door and conveyor don't help. I would have preferred a question mark denoting the mystery count bombs. The lack of any text looks like a glitch at first. The entire level is too brutal in a Buster-only run, and too easily dismantled by special weapons. Rush Jet bypasses half the entire first half. There's a certain measure of satisfaction for blasting through the gravity section on Rush Bike.
Oh, damn.
That would be spicy. But that's mostly because I don't have to worry about every single enemy knocking me into a pit before I have a chance to react. Toad Man and Gravity Man working together is a novel concept, and it makes for a satisfyingly coordinated boss fight. Amidst the eclectic assortment of enemies is a focused, coherent theme of concealment and surprise. The level's a little on the long side, but that's offset by regular checkpoints and power-ups. Cute dialogue and subtle referential humor with the count bombs, numbers, add some much-needed levity. I get the sense that I wasn't playing the right way to make this more enjoyable, which, speaking from experience, indicates the need for a more diverse playtesting group. Interesting stage, mostly. It's also a level which felt much nicer on a second go than its initial and somewhat frustrating blind run. The concept of a stage whose main gimmick is to hide crucial information is so easy to screw up. I don't think that happened here. There are enough context clues for the player to understand what is expected of them, mostly.
The word mostly showing up a few times.
The first half is better. It's the better designed segment, and you play with the idea just enough here to maintain interest. I wasn't a fan of the second half. Mostly.
There it is again.
There it is again. But that came down almost entirely to the use of the Strike Man enemies. The Mecha Pitch-On, but the knowledge that they die to a charge shot followed by a single lemon, or magnetic shockwaves, seems out the experience. And it just leaves the awkward timing challenges of the gravity flipping. It takes a very long time to get used to them, and the more awkward ones can be irritating when they're several screens away from the checkpoint. Graphically, it's okay. Mostly.
Why does this keep happening?
The outdoors looks fine, if dull. Put more attention to detail on the thin green tiles is really needed. It causes the stage to look unfinished. I know it wasn't in the dev kit, but it was a really easy thing to solve with a mere few new tiles. The indoors missing drop shadows makes the second half look especially rough, but I do appreciate that death pits were indicated. One real highlight is the boss, again!
Mostly.
I appreciate attempts to make stock robot master fights interesting, and it's one of the few times where a combined robot master fight doesn't evolve into utter nonsense. By thoughtfully having to be focused on keeping Toadman at bay, it results in a clever boss fight that actually turns one of the worst robot master fights into a legitimate threat. It's a shame that you're then left having to deal with Gravity Man, seeing how he's super easy. It results in a bit of an anti-climax. Had both bosses died together, this would have been an ideal finish. So as I said, interesting stage. I think this will end up frustrating quite a few, but I ultimately came away with a positive experience. Mostly. I think I'll go with Shibuya this time. Alright, that's a good batch of levels. We didn't exactly do a ton of them today, but we gotta start on the next tier at least. Shut up over there, Springman! Oh, things definitely got better in the latter stages of today. We started off rough. So rough. Oh. But things got better as time went on. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and call it there, though. That's gonna be it for today. If you enjoy the content, please give it a follow. It helps the channel grow. Gets those numbers going on up when you succeed here on Twitch.tv. On the YouTube side of things, give it a subscription. You'll get the notifications there as well. But for now, I'm a call it there. I do want to thank you all for coming once again. I'll be back with either more of this or Paper Mario tomorrow. One of the two. Probably Paper Mario, to be honest. I could use a break. But until then, I'll catch y'all later. See ya.